We do apologize for the technical difficulties that we have been encountering on the Bluefish broadcast. We are back on the air. Perry Miles and RJ Garcia from the ballpark at Harbor Yard, as there is one out now in the second inning as the pitch is sent foul. Elliot Ayala grounded out 4-3 to set up James Simmons. There was another 1-2-3 inning for Jonah Bayless in the second. The run scored on an RBI double from Luis Lopez. It is a 1-0 game. We do apologize for the technical difficulties. We are back up. The 0-1 is on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes.
In the top half of the second inning, which you guys did not see, Bayless was helped out by some great defensive plays. Alvin Colina, in his first at-bat of the year, hit one down the line. Brock Peterson smothered it and was able to throw over to Bayless covering first.
Pitch is grounded towards first. Bobble for a moment by Bergamy, and he flips to Brian Corey covering to just beat James Simmons, who pats Corey on the back for out number 2. It's a 3-1 put out. Could have been a dangerous play.
Bergamy making a nice play, bobbling it for a second, controlling it. And the last out of the inning of the top half of the second, Drew Macias hit a line drive to left field. Kennard Jones got spun around, made up for the time in a diving play. And on the surface like that, it might have been pretty fun to slide on that slick grass.
Brings up Pedro Lopez, the second baseman. His average has been improving because he's been toward the bottom of the order. His on-base percentage is also relatively high for the Fish. He's one of the team's leaders in that category. The 2-out toss, fastball inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes.
He was 2 for 2 on Monday with a sac bunt and a walk, a couple singles and an RBI.
1-0 on its way from the right-handers. Corey takes a deep breath. The third baseman, Marquez Smith, is in the baseline between second and third as the next pitch is on the outside third. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Lopez also scored 2 runs. This bottom half of the order, which you just saw, Elliot Ayala, James Simmons, now Lopez, they scored 6 of the 9 runs on Monday.
1-1 is outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. The bottom of the order did a great job. Each one of those bottom third hitters got multiple hit days, and Kennard Jones wound up driving in 5 runs.
Not often the leadoff man is there to clean up.
Pitch is swung on and served down the right field line, but it's a foot foul as it went to the right of the chalk on the grass. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Pedro Lopez did a good job hitting the ball where it was pitched. Didn't try to do too much. Tried to sneak one inside the line.
It was a 10:35 start for those of you out there who may not have tuned in earlier. The Bluefish 20 wins and 24 losses. Camden at 21-23. With a victory, the Bluefish would tie Camden in game 1. With 2 victories, they would surpass Camden and make up ground on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who did play last night and lost. The 2-2. Foul tipped on a cue ball shot that may have gone off the leg of the catcher, Alvin Colina. He's not seen too much action because he was in Venezuela. He had been working out for quite some time, but Colina and Padron had some visa issues, along with Carlos Vasquez and Eddie Camacho. Those players all had some issues. Camacho, not necessarily a visa issue, but he was with the Mexican League. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about the Bluefish broadcast, you can send an email to perrym86@gmail.com for the latest. You can also follow me on Twitter, just me, P. Miles. BridgeportBluefish.com, the site for this contest.
Might be seeing a lot of Alvin Colina taking a couple extra seconds and meeting with his pitchers. Just want to be on the same page as he's just trying to get back in the flow of it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Right-hander Corey delivers the pitch way inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Lopez, 26 walks on the year. As I mentioned earlier, tied for third with Prentice Redmond in the league. Has now got a 3-ball count and might be looking for another walk.
First pitch was expected at 10:35. It was a 10:47 first pitch. The next one is dribbled towards third. Picked up by the hot corner Marquez Smith. The throw is not in time. He would not have beaten Pedro Lopez even with a fantastic throw. as the ball jutted to the dirt. It is an infield single for Pedro Lopez, as indicated on the scoreboard, to bring up Kennard Jones, who ripped a ball toward left center field first at bat, but did not come up with a hit. He's 0 for 1.
The positive for Kennard Jones, I know he had those 5 RBIs, which is an eye-popping number. RBIs can come in many ways, but what he's been doing a lot better is going to the opposite field, taking the pitch to that left center field gap.
He was a consistent 300 hitter with the Newark Bears and exhibited tremendous pop. With Long Island, he showed that pop, but with Bridgeport, no home runs to this point.
I don't think it's something that frustrates him. He knows that they're going to come. You can't press for home runs or they're not going to come at all.
This is why he goes after line drives and those sharp ground balls. The 2 out tosses lifted high in the air toward left field as it twists towards the line. Chris Walker angling towards the chalk and makes the play in fair ground for out number 3. 1 base hit, a runner left on, no run score in the bottom of the second. 1-0 Fish at the end of 2. You're listening to Perry Miles and RJ Garcia on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
This summer, the Miller Lite Guards are saving men from making the unmanly choice of drinking light beer with less taste. How? With great tasting Miller Lite, taste points, and thousands of prizes. So man up at tastepoints.com today. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California where prohibited. Sweepstakes begin 5/11 and ends 7/31/11. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball returns on the air with Jonah Bayless having thrown 2 scoreless innings to this point. He's aiming for number 3. The first pitch directed outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Bayless very effective. 21 pitches through 2 innings, 13 strikes. That's how you want a starter to start the game.
Drew Macias, Stephen Deach, Jake Igesty. The next pitch flattens out on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for the Fish, nothing across for the Riversharks. Macias stands in with an open stance, waggles the bat above the shoulder as Bayless releases the 1-1. It's outside, 2 balls and a strike.
Speaking with Matt Pike earlier, a starter now turned reliever, hopefully trying to get back into the starting rotation at some point. Knows his role as a long-term reliever out of the bullpen at this point.
The 2-1, waved at for a strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And he felt with yesterday's game would have been 9 innings. It might have been a better opportunity for him to come into the game not knowing how far Jonah Bayless is going to be able to pitch simply because of endurance.
2-2 from Bayless. Setup is outside, pitch is sent foul to the left, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Part of the solution with Matt Pike is to throw him 1 inning at a time until his shoulder is less fatigued. That's the way that he described it. It's no longer inflamed, it's fatigued because he does not quite get the rhythm the way that he did before. The 2-2 is lifted foul to the left side. Count remains the same at 2-2.
With a 7-inning game today, if Bayless can go 4 innings, would be ideal. 4 or 5 innings is what you're looking for. With only a couple innings after that to go, it might be more inclined to go to your other bullpen members and not the long-term relief.
The 2-2 dances inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jonah Bayless has lasted as long as 3 innings in any of his outings, and you start to see a little bit of stretching down the right field line. Of course, that may be a false alarm. The 3-2 is sent foul. A long at bat for Macias. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. Stephen Deach waits on deck.
There's a lot of baseball today, 14 innings, barring any extra innings, and that's what the bullpen has to do. Stay loose, stay ready. You never know when you're going to get called on.
The difference is, though, in 2 7-inning games, the starter conceivably could go 7 innings the way that Southern Maryland paired back-to-back complete games. The 3-2 is outside, ball 4. Dan Reichert and Matt Vasquez were able to string together 2 complete games against the Bluefish in 2 consecutive victories. A leadoff walk for Macias, the first base runner that Bayless has allowed. It would not be expected for Bayless to go 7 innings unless the Riversharks were so aggressive at the plate that they were to commit outs every 2 pitches. That's highly unlikely, especially at this level of pro baseball. Stephen Deach waits. Bunt attempt served up in front of the plate. The throw to second is in time. The throw to first is not. Nice play. Cat-like reflexes from Rodriguez. He scampered from behind home plate, grabbed the ball about 10 feet in front of the dish, and delivered a strike to Eddie Rogers covering from shortstop.
That was Machete at his finest there. He flipped the mask off barehanded. That was a strike. I almost thought he shouldn't be going to second with that ball, but it was a BB.
Drew Macias eliminated as Stephen Deach makes his way to first. Jake Agassi moves forward. BB would not quite dart that way. He's been the lovely mascot for the Fish for a long time. The first pitch is inside the corner, 0-1. But you're right. That was a rifle. That's why his nickname is Machete.
Not to mention that ball was right where it was supposed to be. Rogers didn't even have to move.
Throw to first. Not in time. The problem with the Bluefish this year and why Rodriguez's caught stealing numbers look so bad, part of it has to do with pitchers not really checking on base runners, which Bayless just tried to. The 0-1. Breaking pitch away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
It might not even be checking base runners. It's just keeping them honest, making sure they know that the pitcher knows that they're relevant in their mind. It might be from a quicker pickup to the plate, a speed, switching up their style.
The 1-1 from Bayless, waved at first strike.
In other words, the more consistent a pitcher is with their delivery to home plate, the easier they are for the base runners to time it up.
1 ball and 1 strike. With 1 man out, 1-0 Fish on an RBI double from Luis Lopez. Righty-righty situation with an open stance. Agassi. Infield at least halfway back. The runner goes, pitches outside. The throw to second is in. Plenty of time, but the tag could not be applied in time. Pedro Lopez was there. The throw was there, but it was a little bit late of a tag from Lopez.
Deach got a great jump off of first base. The ball was thrown a little bit up the first base side. Lopez made a good job coming off the bag and grabbing it and couldn't quite swipe that tag on his back on his way through.
It is a stolen base for Deach, setting up a runner in scoring position for the Riversharks for the first time today. Bayless holds. Lopez goes towards second and bluffs. Bayless just holds the ball before timeout is called.
Deach was standing in the box for quite some time. Wanted to get out, settle down, regroup on this 2-2 pitch coming his way.
Outfielders playing straight away except for Prentice Redmond. He is far in. shallow, the 2-2. Grounded towards short. Rogers has the runner in a run down. Deach with a bad move as Rogers flips it over to third. Lopez tags him out. A horrible play for Stephen Deach as he's caught in the middle. On a ground ball to the left side, from grade school you're taught, stay at the bag. Ground ball to the left, stay. Ground ball to the right, go. And he just went on the left side.
Don't know what he was thinking. He read the ball, and his problem was he made an initial first move to third base, and once you do that, you're caught. Rogers held on to it for a second, and the rest was history.
It counts as a fielder's choice, 6-5 for the tag out as Agassi is safe at first. With 2 men out, Bayless delivers, and the first pitch is a changeup swung on and missed. No balls and 1 strike.
Chris Walker, the leadoff man, 0 for 1 on the day. Hit a fly ball to Pedro Lopez at second base to lead off the game. He was 1 for 5 on Monday.
0-1 from Walker as he stands in from the batter's box on the left side. Rodriguez delaying the setup, which now goes outside the pitch right there on the corner. No balls and 2 strikes.
Luis Rodriguez really playing with Walker's mind. That first pitch on the inside half. Bayless coming right back on the outside and uneasy at the dish.
Bayless going quickly to the set, the 0-2. Lifted foul and an inside-out poke.
Another good location, and Bayless has looked pretty sharp thus far.
The one element that I've noticed about Bayless, as soon as he gets the sign, he goes up to that set very quickly before he alters the rhythm in order to throw off the base runner. The 0-2. Fastball rotates away and high. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good waste pitch by Bayless and Rodriguez. Fastball in the outer half. Might be coming back inside. His breaking ball has really been breaking sharp towards the inside of those left-handed batters.
Bayless is 1-2 with the elbows parallel pointing towards first. The 1-2. Another heater away and high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Luis Lopez about halfway. Eddie Rogers and Pedro Lopez way back on the infield. And Brock Peterson holding the runner on just to not allow for a big jump. The pitch is sent foul. It appeared as if it hit the mask and then deflected to the netting.
No reaction by Rodriguez behind the dish. He's been hit one too many times back there. Didn't faze him.
Can you imagine way back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s when catchers did not have masks? Or when catchers had gloves that really looked like mittens? Boy, has the game evolved over the years. The 2-2, fastball away. That's 3 straight out of the zone in a similar location for Bayless. Wonder if he'll go with a breaking ball inside the next pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
We'll see what Luis Rodriguez wants to call for his starter today. Bayless doesn't want to lose Walker. Had him down 0-2.
The 3-2 runner goes. Pitches serve foul to the left. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. It went initially from the way that gloves were to these a little bit more advanced gloves to these high-tech gloves, which have big webbings that do not hurt your hands one bit.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, outfielders don't feel the pain too much. Maybe catchers do. 3-2. A high pop foul again.
I'd say catchers definitely feel the pain. If you're catching consistently pitches that are coming in 91, 92, sometimes upwards of the upper 90s, you're going to feel it.
I would agree with that. Here's the other part, though, that confuses me. Catchers initially did not have long careers. Yes, they do not have as long careers as outfielders do, the ones that last a long time. But it seems as if more and more of them are lasting longer. The 3-2 is sent foul down the third base line out of play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Is it because the nutrition and the health of the catchers is getting better? Is it the equipment that's more advanced to take the glancing blows from from deflected baseballs or 91, 92 mile an hour pitches? Or is it something different?
I think every person is different the way they can handle it. It takes a special person to get behind the plate and basically sacrifice their body for that pitch. The pitcher's object is to basically hit him in the chest.
But the batter will sometimes accidentally swing at the ball and foul it off and smack the catcher. The 3-2. Waved at for strike three. High fastball from Bayless. 3 scoreless innings without giving up a hit, a walk in the frame, but that runner is stranded. Excellent defense in the third as well by the Fish, especially by Louis Rodriguez and Eddie Rogers. At the end of 2.5, 1-0, Bridgeport on top. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
And everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you search with the Real Yellow Pages, you get more than a contractor. You get a whole new curb appeal. It's not just getting directions to a dry cleaner with YP.com. It's rescuing an old favorite from the back of the closet. And it's more than finding a locksmith with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting to sleep in your own bed. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the Real Yellow Pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Baseball legend Henry Aaron reflects on his Hall of Fame legacy.
I think that since I played for the public, they need to share what I did in my life as far as baseball. It's the proudest moment of my life to give everything to the Hall of Fame. I often tell people they need to get and see it. There is no other building in the world like the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Bridgeport Bluefish Baseball is here from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. It is the bottom of the third inning from Bridgeport, Connecticut. The Bluefish have a 1-0 lead courtesy of an RBI ground rule double from Luis Lopez. The right-hander Brian Corey is on the hill. Eddie Rogers, Prentice Redmond, and Brock Peterson are due up in this 7-inning affair.
Rogers started the scoring. Base hit in his first at-bat, stole second, and then came around on that double from Lopez.
The first pitch from Corey is on its way. Dribbled foul to the right side on a lunge from Rogers. No balls and 1 strike.
A lot of times, Rogers seems to be the key to the offense. When his bat is on, the offense is rolling.
One of the nicest players that you will meet in the Bluefish locker room and also part of the Bluefish dugout. He is always about smiling, working hard, and treating people the right way. Ultimate class. The 0-1 swung on and missed. No balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of good guys in the dugout, no question about it.
Eddie Rogers did have a base hit in the first, stole second, and wound up scoring courtesy of that extra base hit from Lopez. The 0-2 from Corey sets at the belt. The pitch drives inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Nobody really warming up for Camden. It looked like it was Mike McGuire earlier. Might have been just getting a side bullpen session since he had pitched the last series.
You never know when a bullpen pitcher is needed. The Long Island squad earlier in the year used Bob Zimmerman in that role as the 1-2 is inside. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire, David Mills. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Used Bob Zimmerman for 2 2/3 innings for what was expected to be his bullpen day. Usually A bullpen is expected to be 2 innings in length. Maybe 20 pitches each inning. The 2-2 is dribbled toward the mound, grabbed by Corey. He sets and sends Prentice Redmond to the plate.
Right fielder number 27, Prentice
Redmond has been hitting the ball a little bit better over his last couple of at-bats, even though he's still not had a hit in his last 22 official at-bats.
The first inning, he tried to take an outside pitch and pull it. Ended up in left field. If a hitter is really on, they're going to put that pitch into right center.
1 out, tosses over the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. Mother Nature played a big role in affecting the postponement of this game. It appears as if Nature's winning this time around. A bird decided to watch Prentice Redmond's at bat from the right side of the chalk, about 60 feet in front. The 0-1 lifted it high in the air, foul down the right field line. Just minding its business at this point. No balls and 2 strikes. Maybe finding some grass to chew on.
Being so close to the bay, a lot of wildlife and different weather elements can really affect this ballpark.
Maybe he's catching some worms. Birds do eat worms. The 0-2 inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
They do? Do they?
They do. That's the only, other than hawks. Hawks are scavengers. Eagles are scavengers. But these types of small birds, they feed on mostly vegetables, grass, all kinds of vegetative forms, and, of course, worms. The 1-2 on its way from Corey. He's trying to slither his way past Redmond. The pitch is inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good eye by Prentice Redmond. Held up there on that pitch. Dove in at his ankles.
There still appears to be plenty of fog in the distance, but none of that fog has made its way to this venue. The 2-2 is smacked into left field for a base hit. He runs towards first as the bird scampers away. The left fielder Walker does not from the baseball as he delivers from Igesty to Lloyd Turner in line for the relay.
And exactly what I was going to say before that pitch. He might not have been getting hits, might not have been having the best at bats, but has started to slowly look better in the batter's box and getting good wood on the ball, getting through the zone.
Each of the last couple of at bats before the one that he served a single into left field for. Brock Peterson moves in with a walk in the first inning. First baseman has been driving the ball gangbusters over the last few weeks.
Would have scored on Luis Lopez's double, but because of the ground rule nature of that, finding the bottom of the fence in the left field corner, Peterson had to emerge back from the dugout.
Brian Corey has settled down since that point. Jonah Bayless really had a struggle with a couple of hitters in the 3rd inning as they drew a high pitch count on him in that frame. The pitch rotates to the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. Bayless must have thrown 10 or 11 pitches to Macias and eventually struck out Chris Walker, who is being a pest at the plate as well.
Making him work, and that's what good batters will do, good at-bats. That's what every manager looks for.
Throw to first is not in time. I was trying to increase the volume of the net sound because I wanted to hear what the fans were trying to say.
I believe it's home run, home run. They know what Brock Peterson's capable of doing.
Brock Peterson leading the Atlantic League in jacks with 11. He also leads the Bluefish in RBI with 34 and is one of the league leaders in that category. The 0-1 stretches inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Just a tremendous power hitter. Rochester, a couple of years back, he's been averaging 17 to 20 home runs almost every year. And this season, he looks like he's beating the baseball.
Peterson tied for the league lead in RBIs, league lead in home runs, right around there. 2nd in runs scored, 2nd in extra base hits, just having a nice year so far.
If the Bluefish are able to make it to postseason play, somehow in the first half, it is arguable that Brock Peterson was the MVP in the first half. The 1-1 is dribbled foul to the left side, a ball and 2 strikes. Especially with the way that he was able to keep the team afloat when the squad was struggling to score runs, when the team was trying to find starting pitchers to be able to perform. Raymar Diaz had a strong start in the opener. Jonah Bayless appears on his way to a very good start with 3 scoreless frames. The only one that may need to get straightened out is Toby Stoner, because Dan Serafini is expected to join the rotation. Paul Segura's been solid much of the year. And who knows, maybe Matt Pike makes his way to the starting lineup. The Bluefish beginning to get deeper. The 1-2. Outside 2 balls and 2 strikes. And perhaps the departure of Isaac Hess was a blessing in disguise.
You never know. It's good to get somebody else in the rotation and just see what they're capable of doing. Something wasn't working for the starting rotation of the Bridgeport Bluefish. A mix-up sometimes is the best.
Perhaps Bridgeport starters are realizing they could be replaced at any time. The 2-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Just like any player could be replaced at any time if they underperform. Former Bluefish member and now former Riversharks member Colin Roberson was not hitting. He was released.
That's the way it works. Performance-based industry, much like any industry.
There were times when it was not necessarily that way. But those times have changed due to the increased economic and financial involvement and investment with baseball squads. The throw to first is not in time.
Brian Corey really doing a good job keeping Prentice Redmond in check over there at first. Doesn't even have a stolen base attempt this season, but somehow seems to be concerned.
The next pitch, fastball inside. It nearly hit a bird that was flying across. 1 ball and no strikes. Everybody remembers the bloopers. Not quite a blooper. You would probably say, oh my gosh, to this. With A.J. Burnett or even Randy Johnson striking different objects. Randy Johnson was the player that struck a bird with a fastball, and A.J. Burnett struck a car with one of his fastball warm-up pitches that broke the glass of a truck moving behind home plate. Did you ever see those videos?
I did. Pretty remarkable.
The 1-0. Inside heat. 1 ball, make it 2 balls and no strikes.
Trying to figure out what Brian Corey is doing, being so concerned with Prentice Redmond at first base, especially with 2 outs now. The focus should be in on the batter, Luis Lopez, but he might be just trying to play a little bit of a psychology mind game with Redmond, who hasn't been on the base pass very often of recent.
The 2-0. Fastball on the outside edge. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Bluefish are hoping to bring home Prentice Redmond with perhaps another double. Wait and find out.
It's about the 8th throw over now between the last 2 at-bats.
Redmond is a stolen base threat. He may not have been what he was when he was with Fresno, but he still got decent speed. That's why he's still playing right field. He needs a decent amount of speed to play that position. The 2-1 ducks inside. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Lopez, couple walks on Monday, runs scored, actually started the scoring in that 4th inning. That huge 2-out rally scoring those 5 runs.
3-1. Kalina sets up outside. The pitch is inside. Ball 4. Lopez walks to set up runners at first and second for Luis Rodriguez. Camden did not want to allow Prentice Redmond to get to second base with 2 men out. It still happened. That has to frustrate a manager, a pitching coach, anybody.
Especially when it's a 2-out walk that does it. You know what they say about those 2-out walks. They always come back to get you.
It was a concerted effort put together by Brian Corey. In the end, all of that psychological battling between pitcher and batter wound up in favor of the batter because pitcher could really never throw strikes. Redmond got to Corey.
Or Corey got to Corey, one of the two.
Could have been. 2-out toss as he takes a deep breath, settles the glove of the belt. The 2-out toss is lifted in the air down the left field line, giving chases Walker, and he sprints to make the play for the final out of the frame. Luis Rodriguez struck it well, but not well enough as he could not get it past Mr. Walker in left. No runs, 1 base hit, 2 runners left on at the end of 3. Bridgeport leads 1-0. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The YP.com website is your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to YP.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
The Gear Shop at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Jonah Bayless has seen the light at the end of the tunnel because he's thrown 3 scoreless innings and he's been able to wiggle out of certain issues, including Marquez Smith the first time, and the first pitch is swung on miss, rather Lloyd Turner the first time as well. The count had no balls and 1 strike. Lloyd Turner struck out in his first at bat. It was a quick inning in the first. The next one is sent high in the air to the left side of the diamond. Luis Lopez has room and makes the play just to the left of the pitching mound if you're looking from the press box.
A nice 2-pitch at bat to start things off in the 4th inning. Second time around in the order after Chris Walker went down with a strikeout to finish off the 3rd inning. He was the leadoff man, so now we're at the 3rd guy in the lineup, Marquez Smith.
An interesting story coming from last year. Brad Furnish, who was a member of the Bluefish this year, who did get released, he was originally a member of the bullpen. The 1-out toss is on the inside, but missed the corner, 1 ball and no strikes. He did a very effective job last year as a member of the bullpen. The Bluefish thought, why not put Brad Furnish in the starting rotation? The 1-0 bends towards the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. They placed Furnish in the starting rotation. He got a look, throwing 90, 91 miles per hour. He got picked up by the White Sox organization, made it to affiliate baseball. The 1-1 is inside on the edge, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bayless does not quite throw as hard as what Furnish did last year, especially as a starter. But he has major league experience, and that could play a big role in determining whether he may get signed by another organization. As a starter, the pitch is grounded sharply towards third, handled by Lopez. He throws to first in time, 2 away. His versatility could be a positive sign because it could lead him out of this league, which is what every player is looking for. They're looking to get to AA, AAA, or the big leagues.
That's true. This is a stepping stone for many of the players in this league. And the common denominator, everybody needs starting pitching.
Starting pitching gets hurt. Starting pitching is ineffective. 2-out toss is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Starting pitchers could even be converted into relievers. Relievers, it's much more difficult unless you stretch them out and they are able to work on their craft. The 1-0, outside corner strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. A perfect example of that. Mariano Rivera was not a very good starter to open up his career, and he became the best closer in the history of baseball. Look at what Dennis Eckersley had done. 1-1, fastball away, 2 balls and 1 strike.
A lot of times, pitchers are in the bullpen for a reason, because they don't have the endurance to last what a starting pitcher needs to, or they only have 1 or 2 really effective pitches, not enough for a starting pitcher.
It really comes down to confidence with those pitches. You need at least 2 pitches to work effectively in order to be a starting pitcher. Johan Santana has proved that with a fastball and a change. The 2-1 swung on and missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Although, in order to have only 2, they need to be outstanding. You need 3 if they're not the best in the league.
That's the truth. You need to keep batters on their heels, on their toes.
2-2 from Bayless. Inside breaking pitch, just missed the inside corner.
Bayless wanted that one. Looked like it broke across the plate. Maybe finished inside, but if it's his angle, it hit the corner.
If it hits the front corner, it's a strike regardless of where it lines up afterwards. The pitch is outside, ball 4, as Bergamy takes his base. He's on base for the first time.
Bergamy and Luis Lopez are just having this competition. Luis Lopez walked last inning, Bergamy here this inning, back and forth for the league lead.
Luis Lopez has no interest in competing for the bases on balls title in the Atlantic League. The only interest that he has is in leading his team to victory, and I'm sure Brian Bergamy shares that same sentiment along with getting to affiliate baseball. You never know with those 2 players. The 2-out toss to Alvin Colina, who stands in. Bayless stares, elbows down, pitch on its way, waved at a big cut. 0-1.
Colina saw some off-speed stuff his first at-bat. Bayless attacking him on the inside part of the plate. Colina had those big eyes and swang right over the top of that fastball.
Bayless stares in. The runner bluffs going. The pitch is waved at again for a strike on high. Cheese. No balls, 2 strikes. You saw Bergamy leading slightly off. Bergamy does have some stolen base potential as he takes a little bit larger lead. Would not expect him to go 0-2. Even though it might be an off-speed count. The next pitch is lifted foul on a heater down the right field line. Peterson chases or tries to chase it down, but it falls into the field box section and deflects into the reserved area. No balls and 2 strikes. Thank you for tuning in to Bluefish Baseball. For those playing hooky at work, or listening in to the game from work, or for those that have raised the players from the time that they were children, we thank everybody for tuning in.
Both Camden and Bluefish fans, we appreciate the listen.
0-2, spinorama from Bayless. He throws to first. It was not in time. The wind not playing much of a role today it played a little bit more significant role the other night. It's just a slight breeze out there toward left field. American flag just flapping. The 0-2. Another strikeout from Jonah Bayless. He located just off the outside corner and was able to induce a swing and a miss from Colina. Strikeout number 4 on the day for Bayless. The Bluefish are out of the 4th. 3.5 complete after one man had been stranded. The Bluefish still have a 1-0 lead. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The YP.com website is your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to YP.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
The Gear Shop at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish Baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles with R.J. Garcia. Brian Corey remains in the game for his 4th inning of work. He's been able to get out of certain jams after inning 1. The Bluefish have left 5 runners on base to this point. Meanwhile, the Camden Riversharks, they have not had too many opportunities in this game. They've left 2 runners on to this point. As Elliot Ayala, James Simmons, Pedro Lopez are due up in the inning. The first pitch is on its way from the right-hander as the glove is down at the belt. The third baseman, Marquez Smith, leaning forward. The first pitch bends towards the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike.
With Brian Corey, you don't see it very often for a starting pitcher to work from the stretch, even with no runners on, and he's been doing that this evening, or this morning.
The 0-1. Swung on and driven out to left field. Walker moving back at the last moment on a back pedal sprint. 1 away. He used a stutter step at first and then darted back.
Good sign for Elliot Ayala, hitting it hard on a line. He'd been going to the opposite field for his hits of recent. Nice to see him turn on one. Not pretty unfortunate that it was hit right at somebody, but good piece of hitting.
Prentice Redmond, who already has a single, he broke his 0-for-22. Or rather, James Simmons, I do apologize. First pitch, fastball in the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. I do apologize for that.
Simmons did damage last game on Monday. A couple of hits, 3 runs scored. Bumped his average up to $176.
He is 0-for-1 today. The next pitch is outside. Simmons evens it at 1 ball and 1 strike. 3-1 ground ball in the second.
Briefly speaking with him after the game, felt going to the opposite field is really going to help benefit his swing in general. The power will come with it.
Next offering is outside.
A lot of times you see batters trying to pull the ball, pull, thinking that's where all the power comes from. But it's really timing. And to help time that up, is hitting the pitch where it's pitched.
Corey waits. He's set at the belts. The 2-1. A high fly towards right center field. Pretty well hit. On the move, Deach. He cannot get there as it lands towards the gap. Redmond around second. He's going for three, or rather Simmons going for third. He will stand up with a 1-out triple. Every time it seems, but Simmons was able to hit the ball to the opposite field that time. He is at third base with 1 man out.
Opposite field, bang, bang, bang. Simmons on cue. Really stroked that well. I was lucky enough to sit in with him and Willie Upshaw going over his swing and how to really channel all his power and really get it compact so he can explode through the ball, and we saw results right there.
Simmons is at third base after that triple, and it sends out Pedro Lopez. A single in the second. The Camden infield moves up. Try to cut off the run. Corey delivers with 1 out. Pitches inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Makes back-to-back games with triples for the Bluefish. Kennard Jones on Monday. James Simmons here. 0 triples in the month of June beforehand.
They had been scuffling at the plate a bit. The 1-0 from Corey. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did, says the first base umpire David Mills. 1 ball and 1 strike. The infield is in. The outfield is playing about straight away, except for Macias, who's slightly angled towards left center field.
In a 7-inning game, bottom of the 4th here, critical insurance run sitting at third base.
It's more like the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1, a high fly down the right field line, but it shoots foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They have opted to attack Pedro Lopez rather than pitching around him to try to set up the double play because of the way that Kennard Jones has been hitting against the Riversharks all year. That is a smart move. They may even opt to go after Eddie Rogers instead of Jones because of the way that Jones has been putting the ball in play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Corey set, he deals just off the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We are in the bottom of the 4th. The trivia question is upcoming in the 6th inning. We'll give it to you in the top of the 6th and then answer it in the 2nd game of the doubleheader. We'll receive trivia question responses throughout the time. The 2-2, a high sinking line drive foul.
Staying alive, Lopez on that swing. Wants to just lift it up in the air and hit it far enough for Simmons. And knowing the speed for Simmons, that doesn't need to be very deep in the outfield.
Drew Macias, Chris Walker, Stephen Deach, relative to the rest of the league, have below average arms, except for Deach. Deach is above average. The rest of them, not to say that they don't have strong arms, but among the rest of the league. 2-2 is line base hit. No chance for the outfield to get to that one. That lands into the alley. An RBI single for Pedro Lopez. He is 2 for 2. Simmons comes to the plate. It is 2-0 Fish.
Big insurance run for the Fish. Lopez RBIs on back-to-back games.
Brings up Kennard Jones.
Left fielder number 17, Kennard Jones.
Jones is 0 for 2. So far, Bridgeport has allowed just 2 walks. Meanwhile, they've picked up 6 hits and have walked twice in the ball game. Jones steps up to the plate. A left-handed batter with an even approach. Waggles the bat. Slowly spiked it a little bit with his wrist. A 1-out toss. Foul. Left field line out of play. No balls and 1 strike.
Kennard Jones does not wait around. He is first pitch swinging majority of the time, wants to get out there and put the ball in play. A lot of times pitchers try to get ahead early. Might be a smart thing to do because you're going to most likely see a strike.
0-1 on its way to the Bluefish left fielder. Colinas sets up inside. The runner goes. The pitch is inside. There is no throw. Stolen base for Pedro Lopez. It appeared that Corey lost his focus on the runner at first base after paying what seemed to be almost all of his attention when Prentice Redmond was on base before.
That's Lopez's 4th swipe of the year. Only caught once. Pretty good numbers for a guy that hasn't stolen many bases in the past couple of seasons.
Next pitch is stroked in the air towards left center field. It drops in for a base hit. Nice read by Pedro Lopez. He scores all the way from second base. He was about 3/4 of the way down from second to third base when he made his way through. RBI single for Jones. The Bluefish have a 3-0 lead. He read that ball very well.
Right off the bat, knew it was going to get just over the shortstop Eggstey's head and dunk in for a single. Much different than the way James Simmons happened to score a run on Monday night, but a similar play off of Kennard Jones's bat where he got caught up thinking it was going to get caught, ended up tracking back to second base, then had to reverse back to third, hustled in to score because of his speed, but the difference there, Lopez knew off the bat that was dropping.
Eddie Rogers moves forward. Righty-righty situation. A throw to first by Corey is not in time. And there is bullpen action brewing for the Riversharks down the left field line. As a right-handed pitcher, number 33, Blake King, is down there getting stretched out. And number 24, I believe that's not Scott Kanazik. I thought originally that Raul Padron was a guy that was going to be pushed in, but it might be Kanazik as the bullpen catcher. It is Padron. Throw to first is not in time.
It might be. You might be right there. I think Kanazik is maybe the bullpen. He's inactive today.
Correct.
So Padron waits in the dugout as Kanazik handles the bullpen.
Padron will get an opportunity to play as another throw to first is not in time as Bergamy attempted a quick swipe. No balls and 1 strike. Camden did not want to go to the bullpen this early, knowing how effective their right-handed pitcher had been in the past, even though his efficiency has not been the same way this season. The 0-1 from the right-hander. He deals. Breaking pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Bluefish jumped on Kevin Reese the second time around in the order. And they put up a very good total in this inning, 2 runs. But Bridgeport is hoping for more. To put this game out of reach, maybe give Bayless an opportunity to stretch himself out for the next time.
That's 3 straight hits for the Bluefish. After Simmons' triple, Lopez's single, and Kennard Jones now on first with his single.
1-1, and the right-hander held the ball inside. Corey held the ball as timeout was called after it looked like he might release the pitch. Even though pitchers are conditioned to do that, it can cause a shoulder injury if it's too violent without releasing that energy from the shoulder to the arm. It's not a natural thing to do when you're going with full-fledged force. The 1-1 grounded foul to the third base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Antonio Alfonseca in the past had a problem with that when people called timeouts earlier.
See a lot of pitchers throw it straight into the ground when that happens. They want to release the pitch. Almost have to release the pitch. Don't want to cause any arm injury on such a freak accident.
1-2 to Rogers. Scored a run, stole a base, singled in the first. 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Rogers reached for it on what appeared to be a changeup, 2 away on Corey's second strikeout of the day, and it brings up Prentice Redmond.
Right fielder number 27, Prentice Redmond.
This is the second time this season that the Bluefish have had a doubleheader, and the first time that the Bluefish have had a doubleheader at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The only other one was against Southern Maryland, in which the team was swept 4-3 and 3-1, respectively. The 2-out toss. Curveball spun high, 1 ball and no strikes. 7 in this game and 7 in the finale. 10:47 first pitch. It is now about 12:15, between 12:15 and 12:20. The 1-0. Grounded foul on a check swing. Inside offering. Prentice Redmond must go back to his workspace with an even count, 1 ball, 1 strike. It is a travel day for the Atlantic League and also Big League Baseball. There will be a few updates coming up courtesy of ESPN.com and a couple of updates from PointStreak.com coming up soon. Although there are plenty of elimination games in soccer. 1-1 is inside the throw. The second is high. Stolen base. More Kennard Jones.
Seen more action, aggressive base running from Willie Upshaw on the Bluefish team. 3rd stolen base of the game. Might be trying to test Alvin Colina, who hasn't been catching a game yet this season.
What's incredible to see, they're testing Alvin Colina, but they did not test Terry Tiffey against the Barnstormers when he had to replace 2 inactive catchers. The 2-1, slider away, 3 balls and 1 strike. Willie Upshaw really must have let the players had it.
No question about it, Perry. That was something that they should have taken advantage of. Part of the problem was they didn't get enough base runners on.
Part of it is that, but the other part is they did not bunt to try to get the base runners on when they could not get as many hits as they would like. 3-1, a high drive towards left center field, playable for Chris Walker, who corrals it for the final out of the 4th. The Bluefish scored twice. A triple by Simmons, a Lopez single, and a Jones single leads to 2 runs on the board for the Fish. At the end of 4, 3-0 Bridgeport. You're listening to Perry Miles and RJ Garcia on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Baseball legend Henry Aaron reflects on his Hall of Fame legacy.
I think that since I played for the public, they need to share what I did in my life as far as baseball. It's the proudest moment of my life to give everything to the Hall of Fame. I often tell people they need to get and see it. There is no other building in the world like the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back in the top half of the 5th inning. Jonah Bayless is on the hill as the first pitch from the right-hander is outside. 1 ball and no strikes in a 7-inning game. 4 innings, 2 walks, and no hit so far for Bayless. The 1-0 from the right-hander. Fastball elevated, 2 balls and no strikes.
With plenty of velocity on that fastball, still working his longest outing of the season.
Question is whether he will be able to control his pitches later on in his outing. Bayless lifts his glove, gets to the set, and deals outside. 3 balls and no strikes. He's walked a batter in each of his last 2 innings. He's hoping that it does not become 3 innings in a row, but he's already trailing to Eduardo Perez, who's already 0 for 1 today. The 3-0 fastball cruises to the outside corner, 3-1. Bridgeport scored a run, an RBI double from Luis Lopez in the first, an RBI single left center for Pedro Lopez, an RBI for Kennard Jones as well. The 3-1 floats away, ball 4. Eduardo Perez is on. 3 walks given up by Bayless through 4+. That one was on 5 pitches as Drew Macias moves forward. And Erica Ventura, Willie Upshaw, Louis Rodriguez, and many of the other members of the infield getting together. Jonah Bayless may be feeling uncomfortable on the mound. Is it an injury-related issue? We'll have to find out. Tough to say at this point.
Not sure what they saw there. I know he was finishing a little differently. The balls were trailing outside on that left-handed hitter, Perez. Don't know if it's a grip, a blister. She might be running back to get something for a blister, might be my guess.
If it is a blister, that can be painful. But usually pitchers, hitters, they form blisters because there's so much friction between the hand and the baseball when it comes down to a pitcher, or the hand and the bat, that they develop calluses. And those calluses at times can prevent blisters from forming. But the other part of the blister that is part of science is the lack of oxygen or the lack of water getting into there and the buildup trying to find oxygen on the outside. Blister's just a buildup of everything in the skin.
Yeah, they're looking at his hand right now. Bayless is checking out his throwing hand, the right hand of... And there's nobody in the bullpen that's really rushing to get ready for the Bluefish.
The best way to cure one of those blisters is to use rubbing alcohol or isopropyl. Rub it on the finger, and then try to use a pin to eventually pop it out a little bit, so that way the skin can breathe. And some pitchers have such severe blisters, sometimes that is not the solution. Sometimes pickle juice is used to try to get the solution solved or get the problem solved.
Well, it seems they might have solved the problem for Bayless. He's still on the hill.
The next offering is on its way. The first pitch, fastball right down the middle, 0-1. Macias has walked in his only plate appearance today. Stephen Deach is the last batter due up in the frame. The 0-1 from Bayless. Slide step way inside and hit him. Bayless appeared to go from a 3/4 angle, and it appears that Terry McGriff is calling for a sidewinding underhand right-hander in Joe Bateman to start warming up in the bullpen. That was his indication. As Stephen Deach moves forward after the HBP. The tying run is at the plate.
Yep. He's done a good job getting out of trouble the past 2 innings with those walks. Extra, like the cherry on top, if he could get through it and earn himself a victory, potentially.
Peterson breaks forward. Deach shows bunt. The pitch way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's been erratic in this inning with the strike zone. He's throwing hard enough to where he's fooling players. But that blister, if it is that, may be affecting him. The 1-1 bunted up the third base side. Rodriguez fields and delivers to first in time. Sacrifice is successful on the 2-4. Eduardo Perez moves to third. Drew Macias hops over to second. Jake Agassi moves forward, and it appears as if Willie Upshaw is making his way out to talk with the umpires. And is there going to be a different call? Yes, there is. No sacrifice. Steven Deitch is back in the batter's box. It was a foul ball. Or was it? It was a foul ball. Steven Deitch goes back to the batter's box. The count at 1-2 strikes.
The ball has to travel past the plate before it hits the ground. If it hits the ground equal or behind the plate, it's a foul ball every time.
Or if it hits the batter in the box. The 1-2. Way inside and hit him. And it hit him on the back of the wrist. That is not good news for Steven Deitch. He tries to shake it off, continues to look at his hand. That's the second batter that Bayless has hit, and Joe Bateman better come up quickly, start warming up quickly, because Bayless's control has wavered compared with the first few innings that he has tossed. He is in tremendous amounts of pain, Deitch.
Yeah, that does not look good. I feel his pain up here.
You rarely see Jeff Scott get out of the dugout, but he is out there right now to find out what is the issue with his player.
And I'm curious to see what they called. I know that it hit him. Not sure if he was getting through the zone. Perez has moved towards Luis Lopez, but Drew Macias is continuing to talk to Brock Peterson at first base.
Wow, if that was a foul ball, that's the third time this season that I've seen somebody get hit in the hand, and in the process the ball hit the bat. The umpires are much closer to the action than I would have seen, or that what we would see from the press box. The home plate umpire Marty Bauer getting together with David Mills and Jeff Dugmore. I've never seen this many meetings between umpires, and it appears as if a foul ball is called.
Stroke of luck for Bayless and the Bluefish after Deitch was giving himself up with that sacrifice bunt. Almost hit him.
All Bayless needs to do now is throw a strike, and he will get Deitch out, because batters may try to shake it out. Jeff Scott showing his furious nature. He was angry at the call. He thought his batter was hit, and now you would think if Bayless throws an inside corner pitch, he'd be able to strike out the batter, simply because he just does not want to deal with that at this point after having that kind of offering.
Being that it's his top hand too, he wants to try to turn it over when he swings. Might be difficult with a bruised wrist.
Setup is outside. The 1-2 is a bunt attempt popped up foul, and that is a strikeout.
I was actually going to mention that, Perry. Because of the hand injury and the frustration, he might have tried a two-pitch bunt, the two-strike bunt, and that was it right there.
One away. It looked as if Deitch had been able to avoid hitting himself with the bunt the first time around, he would have been able to push those runners to second and third, and that situation would never have come up. Pitches lined in left field. Kennard Jones right there makes the play, 2 away. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Bayless, and it seems as if he settled down a little bit. How quickly things can turn in baseball.
It's been the strangest half of inning with the walk, hit by pitch, the failed bunt attempts, sending everybody back.
And what appeared to be the second hit by pitch that wound up being a strike.
And then a strikeout on another failed bunt attempt. You don't see that very often.
followed by first pitch swing from Jake Eichste. He was looking for any strike from Bayless because he's been all over the zone. Camden just not showing their patience.
Looks like number 10, Patty Matera, is going to be pinch hitting for Chris Walker in the leadoff spot.
The next toss is inside, maybe a tad low. 1 ball and no strikes. Patty Matera is listed as an infielder, which means one of the infielders is going to the outfield. The 1-0, outside 2 balls and no strikes. We cannot speculate what or why Walker is out of the game. All we know is he is out. Righty-righty situation, the 2-0, way inside. 3 balls and no strikes. He cannot throw a fastball inside to a right-handed batter right now.
The control has been an issue this inning. It's been a wild one. Now already 3-0 on the pinch hitter.
Upshaw hoping to get Bayless a win, the 3-0 on the inside corner. There's a strike, 3-1.
It would really be a shame if he had to come out of this game.
And by the way, he is yet to allow a base hit. 3 walks and an HBP, but his control has been a bit questionable in this frame. The 3-1, inside ball 4. The bases are loaded for Lloyd Turner, and that appears to be it for Jonah Bayless. 4 2/3 innings, as he indicates to the home plate umpire Marty Bauer about a call to the bullpen. This call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. He indicated with his left arm. He continues to talk on the mound with Bayless, but that was the second visit to the mound this inning.
The first one was injury related, so that does not count as a mound visit. Willie Upshaw still debating what he wants to do.
Wow. For a second there, thought Willie Upshaw was going to remove his right-handed starter. Bateman's been warming up for a while down there. Brock Peterson heading to first, giving no indication. And Willie Upshaw, as you said on cue, right back to the dugout, hoping that Bayless could get that one out, give him a victory, even with the control issues that he has had in this inning. But one hit batter or one walk, he's probably out.
That's Willie Upshaw trusting his pitcher, trusting his player, asking him if he thinks he can get one more out and get him out of this 5th inning, this jam. A reliever by nature. He knows what it is to pitch out of tight spots, and he's in one right now that he got himself in.
Bayless is at the set. Lloyd Turner, 0 for 2 today. Luis Rodriguez waits. The 2-out toss. Fastball upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. He's really struggling with control.
Again, stretching out the start. Longest appearance of the year. Arm could be tiring.
You wonder if Steven Deach will play the rest of the game after getting hit in the wrist. The next offering is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Chris Walker's already out.
Angel Flores has stopped catching Bateman down the line, so it appears as Joe's ready to enter the game when he's called upon.
Bayless's fastball has been all over the place in the 5th. He's set at the belt. The 2-0. Fastball high. 3 balls and no strikes.
This is a big at-bat in a 3-0 game, in a shortened 7-inning game. Top 5, bases loaded. This is where Camden could crawl back from the bottom.
All Bayless needs right now is a strike. It would be assumed that Turner would take all the way. 3-0. The next toss, right down the middle. 3 balls and 1 strike. It is understandable why Bayless would not want to throw another pitch right down the middle. But Turner may be taking a second pitch.
anything to scrap for a run at this point. If you're Camden hitless so far as a team, take them how they come.
Bayless waits the 3-1. Right down the middle again. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And he was taken, and you saw that Bayless took a little off of that pitch and made sure he controlled that and threw it across the plate.
What will Bayless throw this time? Will he continue to go with the heat? Low in the zone. The 3-2 from Bayless. Swung on and foul off. That one was a little bit higher, but more towards the inside corner as Turner had the green light. 3-2.
That was a good pitch. I know Luis Rodriguez wants to go out there and talk with his pitcher because Turner did a good job spoiling the one that Bayless really needed.
The one pitch that he's been able to get over, other than the one right down the middle, is the one on the outer edge. He's really misfired completely inside in this frame and has been all over the place high in the zone. If he's able to establish outside corner, he may be able to get Turner. He rotates towards second and take more time just to throw the balance off a little bit more from the hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Top of the 5th inning, the bases are loaded. 3-0 Bluefish. Bayless there for the Fish. He's set. The 3-2. Chopped on the ground towards short. Lopez charges in and tries to pick it up barehanded. It's an infield single, which accounts for the first hit of the ball game. It was the right pitch. A sinker low as Willie Upshaw makes his way to the mound. The first run comes to the plate for the Riversharks. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Joe Bateman enters the game when we return. 4 2/3 innings of 1-run baseball to this point. The runners at every base are his responsibility as Bateman returns. We'll be right back.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms? The pace of the game? The mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Joe Bateman is on the hill. The right-handed pitcher had been warming up for quite some time as he is hoping to induce a ground ball from the Riversharks. Just 1 hit, 1 run allowed so far to Bayless's record, but there is no record of what he can do. He cannot win it. He can either pick up a no decision, which is what the Bluefish prefer, or pick up a loss if Camden is able to take the lead with the go-ahead run at first base for the road squad. Bateman on the year has performed very well at times and very poorly at times, or at least come up with poor results. 2 wins, 6.23 ERA, 26 innings for the right-hander, but opponents only hitting .260 against the right-hander. You would think with many of his performances being given up 4 and 5 runs, or some of them, that the right-hander's batting average against would be slightly higher. The 2-out toss, inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Bateman pitched 2 innings on Monday, 2-hit baseball, 3 strikeouts, as he was the first one to come in for the starter Diaz after he left.
The 1-0 setup is toward the middle. The 1-0 is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. There is nowhere to put Marquez Smith. They have to pitch to him. 2-0 the count. Camden has scored a combined 2 runs so far in this series. But they are threatening with the bases loaded. The 2-0. Fastball on the outside edge. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Good thing Bateman threw a strike there. Doesn't want to go back 3-0, which we've seen far too often this 5th inning with Bayless. And just as hitters can get on a roll, pitchers, it's contagious.
2-1. Fastball on the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marquez Smith lunged, thought about taking a cut, and did not pull the trigger.
Marty Bauer rewarding consistency by Bateman.
The 2-2 on its way from the righty. Swung on and poked toward right field. Redmond trying to get there. He will not. That ball falls in and heads towards the corner. At least 2 runs will score. The throw from Pedro Lopez on 1 hop is not in time. It's a bases clearing double for Marquez Smith. The Riversharks lead by a score of 4-3.
Tough break for Joe Bateman. None of those credited to him, but the fact of the matter is he made a good pitch on the outside half of the plate, and Marquez Smith slapped it into right field down the line for the double.
Brings up Brian Bergamy. Bayless's final inning of work did not prove to be as effective. A chopped ground ball towards short drove in 1. Marquez Smith drives in the other 3. And the Riversharks are ahead 4-3 with 2 men out. The pitch swung on and missed. No balls and 1 strike. Too many walks in the inning and too many extra base runners provided. But I'm sure that Bayless had a nagging injury with his blisters that ultimately affected his control. The 0-1 waved at by Bergamy. No balls and 2 strikes.
It was tough, Marquez Smith being that right-handed batter against Bateman. He's much more effective against lefties. 26 strikeouts in 19 innings of work.
Bergamy has reached base 1 time this game. He also popped out and foul ground to third. The 0-2 slips away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Will Brian Corey enter for inning number 5? The Bluefish will send up Peterson, Lopez, and Rodriguez. Luis Lopez, that is. The 1-2, well outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Thank you for tuning in to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles and R.J. Garcia here from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. For those Camden Riversharks and Bridgeport Bluefish fans that have been listening in, we thank you again. The 2-2 is smacked foul to the netting. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Please, all North Haven Middle School students, please meet at the gate by the gear shop at this time. Once again, all North Haven Middle School students, please.
Just tough for the Bluefish, especially Bayless's line, giving up 1 hit and 4 earned runs.
That is an unusual line as the pitch is swung on in line. Base hit to right field. Redmond fields it and has to throw home. The runner's coming. The throw is not in time. Marquez Smith scores. It's an RBI single by Brian Bergamy to right field. That's the first earned run allowed on Joe Bateman's record. The Bluefish are now down 5-3.
More action going to be brewing for the Bluefish bullpen. Flores jogs on out there.
Really only 2 base hits allowed by Bateman. But Bridgeport cannot afford to trail by any more than this. When the Bluefish have lost games this year, the team has allowed a plethora of runs, and they've only scored 3 runs a game or so. The 2 out tosses outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
And it's really been the 5th inning that's hurt them. Outscored 40-17, now with 5 more, 45-17 in the 5th inning, and that's been the problem for the Bluefish.
The big factor is the 1-0 is right down the middle, 1 ball and 1 strike. The second and third time around in the batting order for some of the pitchers. At this point, Bayless may get a pass because he threw 4 scoreless before getting to the 5th, and he never really gone past 3 innings this year. Another throw to first, not in time. But at some point, if they expect him to be a regular starter, he needs to brush up on his second and third time around in the order. Some of it may have had to do with the blister too.
That'll come with time though too, Perry. Getting pushed into the starting role.
1-1 is outside, 2 balls and
He's going to have to develop that endurance that Stabena. I'll just pass on that one, Perry.
To sustain what he needs.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
2 balls and 1 strike. 2 men out. Runner at first base, Brian Bergamy. Alvin Colina represents the 9th batter in the frame. So they've hit around. 2-1. Fastball on the corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Fish are just looking to get out of this inning, get the bats going again. They've been swinging it well thus far this afternoon. Only got 2 more cracks at it. Well, 3 more, excuse me.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Glove pinned at the left thigh before he brings it up. And another throw to first. So concerned with Bergamy. Bateman needs to worry about the pitch in hand.
Looks like some mist is coming back down from the fog clouds that have been pretty relevant throughout the morning.
Next offering way outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. More than 2 hours game time from the ballpark at Harbor Yard.
It's tough for players to get going at a 10:35 start. A lot of their preparation is for 7 o'clock starts.
3-2, runner goes, pitch swung on it, and foul tipped into the glove for strike 3. 2 strikeouts for Colina. He's over 3, but the damage has been done. 5 runs, 9 batters get to the plate, and there were 3 base hits in the frame. Runner left on, end of 4.5. Bridgeport trailing for the first time in the game, 5-3. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Baseball legend Henry Aaron reflects on his Hall of Fame legacy.
I think that since I played for the public, they need to share what I did in my life as far as baseball. It's the proudest moment of my life to give everything to the Hall of Fame. I often tell people they need to get and see it. There is no other building in the world like the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Mike Piazza talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It just connects you with the history of the game and the tradition of this game and how important this game is to the fabric of society. It's something I used to bond with my father, and I will always, and I love to sort of teach my kids the history of baseball.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the real yellow pages for a plumber, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best for an interview. And it's more than finding a mechanic with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the real yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
Bridgeport Bluefish Baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles here. It is the bottom of the 5th inning. Brian Corey, who may have been replaced last inning but was able to escape further trouble, now must deal with the misty conditions at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. 5-3 the score. The big shot, a bases clearing double to right field by Marquez Smith. RBI single by Brian Bergamy, an infield single towards third base by Lloyd Turner. That accounts for the 5 runs that the Riversharks scored. Many of the fans making their way closer to the netting as they are hoping to watch the game with unobstructed view. The first pitch from Corey lands on the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. There is action brewing in the bullpen for the Camden squad. It was Blake King earlier. It may be the same hurler this time around. The 0-1 from the right-hander. Corey deals, pitches a high chopper towards third. Handled the backhand by Marquez Smith. He throws a rope to first in time. 1 away.
Rain starting to be more prevalent in the stadium, coming down consistent. It's not very heavy though, Perry, but enough to cause a problem.
Enough to cause slippage on the field. Luis Lopez is 1 for 1 with a double and a walk. He also drove in a run in the first inning. And it could have been 2 had it not been for the Bluefish fence. The fastball is on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Not that it hopped over the fence. It went underneath the fence.
And the major role that plays now could be a 1-run game.
0-1, a high pop to the right side of the infield, drifting towards the lip of the outfield grass and making the play on the outfield grass. Lloyd Turner, the second baseman, 2 away on the P-4. A couple of early swings. Brian Corey with a scoreless frame could wind up being the winning pitcher in this matchup. The conditions getting a little bit more slick, as you can tell. The ball field getting a little bit muddier out there with some of the light rain and drizzle falling inside the ballpark. The Bluefish ground crew did a great job, but they're probably going to have to do a little bit more with the sand bags as the first pitch is outside, 1-0. And remember this also, with the completion of this inning, it's an official game. No slipping to this point yet. The 1-0, grounded towards short, charging forward is the shortstop Agassi. Throws to first in time for Brian Bergamy. And we've completed 5 innings from Bridgeport, Connecticut with the score, Camden 5, Bridgeport 3. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The YP.com website is your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to YP.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
The Gear Shop at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bluefish baseball is here. This is another call to the bullpen. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Win Pelzer is on the hill for the Bluefish. He's been effective since coming over the ferry from Long Island to Bridgeport. Pelzer this year with an ERA with the Bluefish of 2.08, 8 2/3 innings, just 2 earned runs allowed. Opponents are hitting 294 against the right-hander, but his last time out, pretty solid, inning of the third, even though the team did lose the game. He heads to the mound with the mist settling over the area. The rain is continuing to fall, and there is plenty of fog developing in Bridgeport, which is never a good sign, especially now that Bridgeport is in an official game. 5 innings complete, top of the 6th. 5-3 the score. The first pitch from Pelzer lines up on the outside edge. No balls and 1 strike.
This fog is part of the reason why I've almost confused myself here a couple times this evening, tonight, this game. It's so dark with the lights that have been on, and really it's just past almost 1 o'clock.
The 0-1. A high pop to left center field. Backpedaling the shortstop, Eddie Rogers, but he's called up by Jones, and he sprawls to make the catch. He may have lost it in the lights for a moment there. He had to sprint and sprawl.
And let me tell you, Perry, he is soaking wet on that one.
He's going to feel cold after that. Imagine taking a tarp slide with all that water built up, all that water from the tarp dumped onto the grass, so that way it could seep in, be absorbed by the grass.
And that's pretty much the direct spot that it gets dumped.
Oh, boy. Wonder if he has a couple of undershirts underneath that jersey. The 1-out toss is outside, 1-0. 9 batters came to the plate last inning, so that was Eduardo Perez. This is Drew Macias. After the P7, Macias shows bunt, pulls back, the count 2-0 as it's sunk low. Plenty of baseball action today, interleague play. There is one game taking place, early matchup between Washington and Toronto. The 2-0, fastball elevated, 3 balls and no strikes. The Nationals and the Blue Jays are scoreless in the top of the 2nd inning with a runner at first. Nationals will head home to take on the New York Yankees in the next series.
Should be an entertaining one. The phenom Bryce Harper. Washington's been playing some good baseball as well.
The 3-0 right down the middle, 3 balls and 1 strike. Washington has been playing tremendous baseball as they continue to have the Bryce Harper and Steven Strasburg watch. The Nationals are 4 games ahead of the Atlanta Braves now after it was close for quite some time. Nationals hot, Atlanta, New York Mets, Miami Marlins not as much. Pitch low, ball 4. Drew Macias walks, set up Stephen Deach. The other New York team is in first place, the Yankees, a game ahead of the Rays and the Baltimore Orioles. And in order for the Mets to catch up, they would need to continue to win those games. Washington thrashing the bottom feeders in the American League East, Toronto and Boston. Stephen Deach moves forward. He struck out in the last inning. Drizzle continuing to come down. The bunt is laid down the third base side, but it trickles foul at the last moment. An excellent idea from Deach.
Struggled last at bat trying to get the bunt down. Figures he'd catch him sleeping here.
Count of no balls and 1 strike. We have not seen who the replacement is in the outfield for Walker, who was pinch hit for earlier in the game. But it might have been injury related. We'll have to find out who that was. Pelzer waits. Glove at the shoulder. Runner off of first. And another throw to first. Not in time. This is the only game taking place in the morning. There's another contest scheduled a half an hour after this game comes to a close. Southern Maryland and York. Long Island and Lancaster. I believe Long Island will head to Lancaster, which is next time around, which is why the Ducks are not playing a doubleheader this time. The 0-1, a drag bunt up the third base side. Barehand pick by Lopez. He throws to first in time. 2-away. I believe that was a sacrifice bunt on the 5-3 to send Macias into scoring position for Jake Agassi. Shortstop is 0 for 2.
Still Patty Matera waiting on deck, who came in the 5th for Chris Walker.
Patty Matera moved to second base. Lloyd Turner moved out to left field, which would be the logical switch. No plays for Matera to this point, and no opportunities for Lloyd Turner. Walker was 0 for 2. There is action brewing down the left field line. It might be Jason Bergman, the setup man for the Riversharks. The first pitch dances away, 1 ball and no strikes. Bergman and John Lujan are the two players, the two back of the bullpen pitchers, with Lujan being the closer and Bergman scoring a .84 ERA this year. The 1-0. Off-speed pitch lays inside. 2 balls and no strikes. This is the batter that the Bluefish would like to get, because coming into today, Matera batting .315. You do not want to have to deal with those kinds of percentages. Agassi only at .247. The 2-0. Fastball way outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Perhaps the baseball becoming a bit more slick with the light rain and drizzle coming down.
On top of that, the playing condition footing getting sticky. Cleats are getting filled with the dirt and the mud. Seeing both Agassi and Luis Rodriguez try to clean their cleats in between pitches.
3-0. Right down the middle. 3-1. Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is here from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Game number 45 for the Fish. The 2-out toss awaits. Pitch lined into left field. It is a base hit. Kennard Jones charges and fires on the move. A great strike to Luis Lopez. It is a 2-out single for Agassi. Set up runners at the corners for Chris Walker as Macias was held up. Not very good footing, which is why he was held up. 4th base hit of the game. Patty Matera moves in.
Visibility's becoming an issue, Perry. Both batter and pitcher trying to zone in on the strike zone.
You talked about the baseball gods in the past. You wonder if the baseball gods are trying to hold this fog off until the Bluefish come up in the inning to at least assist them a little bit. Or perhaps it will hold off until game 2. 2-out toss. Inside. 1 ball and no strikes as Matera had to shut out of the way. Matera at .315 on the season. Just looking for another opportunity. 1-0. Pearson breaks off the first base bag. The next pitch sinks inside.
This game really took a turn in that 5th inning. Bayless struggled with his command. Couldn't find a strike. The miss, the rain started picking up. Game slowed down. All of a sudden, Peltzer's struggling to throw strikes too.
2-0 on the corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. It might become an issue as well for Jason Bergman, who is waiting down the left field line. The 2-1. Fastball low, 3 balls and 1 strike. You think that Pelzer's having problems. Take a look at what Bergman might have to deal with the next inning.
That mound is getting really sticky, really like clay stuck together on their cleats.
3-1, runner from first goes. The pitch is grounded, knocked down by Lopez. He gathered it. The throw to first is high. The swipe tag is applied. The third out of the inning is recorded. That saved a Bluefish run from being allowed. An outstanding play by Lopez. The throw sailed high towards the Bluefish dugout, but Peterson was able to adjust his footing to record the out. A 5-3 put out, end of 5.5 after 2 runners left on. The Bluefish still trailing by 2, but that was a huge play by Lopez. We'll be right back.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grill pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
If I die young, bury me inside, lay me down on a bed of roses, sink me in the river at dawn, send me away with the words of a love song. Uh-oh, uh-oh, Lord, make me a rain.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back for bottom of the 6th inning. Jason Bergman is on the hill. This call to the bullpen is presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. Bergman has been outstanding this year. Less than 1 with his ERA. The first pitch lands on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Opponents are hitting 151 against him. As the first batter in the inning is Elliot Ayala, followed by James Simmons and Pedro Lopez. The pitch spins inside. Called a strike as it clipped the corner. Ayala could not believe it. No balls, 2 strikes. There was some dirt placed in each batter's box and also behind home plate. Nothing needed at this point from the mound. Matt Pike is warming up for the Bluefish down the right field line as the 0-2 is sent foul that direction. No balls, 2 strikes. Plenty of birds flying around, picking up the rest of the scraps left by the children that were at the ballpark at Harbor Yard today for this misty and overcast day from the venue. The rain was expected to stop by about 1 o'clock. The 0-2 is swung on and missed. The ball gets by. The catcher, Colina, fields and fires, and it's not in time. The ball was dropped as Elliot Ayala thought about scampering over to second base. We will see how that is scored other than a strikeout, but Ayala reaches first. And that is a perfect example of how slick the conditions are. Colina thought he had plenty of time He gathered the ball, and the ball slipped down. The ball sunk on him to where the first baseman, Bergman, could not get it.
It's a tough play all over the place. Ayala didn't realize right away how far that ball got behind Colina, behind the dish.
It may have been a pass ball. And with nobody out, it sends Simmons to the plate. He takes a big cut, swing and a miss, no balls and 1 strike.
Good swing from Simmons, triple in his last at-bat to right center, scored a run.
You can tell that the infield is getting a little lighter, which means that the rain is beginning to cover some of the infield dirt. The 0-1, waved at for a strike, no balls and 2 strikes. If Bergman continues to throw this way, it's not going to matter how the infield is because he's been able to overpower the Bluefish batters. First Ayala, now Simmons.
Credited with a K, like you said, but Ayala on first after the pass ball.
The 0-2, waved at for strike 3, continue to get beat with the fastball. He strikes out, brings up Pedro Lopez. Lopez 2 for 2 in this game.
Had a great series, make it 4 for 4, including Monday's game, with 3 runs scored and a pair of RBIs.
He's been great of late. The 1-out toss, a fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes.
It's been the bottom of the lineup that's really helped the Bluefish thus far. 2 of the 3 runs scored in the 4th inning, both Simmons and Pedro Lopez. And again on Monday, Simmons and Lopez combined for 4 of the 9. Or 5 of the 9 runs, I should say.
Lopez waggles the bat above his shoulder. The 1-0. Fastball missed inside. One of the few that have not been called by Bauer today. 2 balls and no strikes.
Bauer looked like he wanted to make that call.
The 2-0. Outside, 3 balls and no strikes. If Pedro Lopez reaches, Kennard Jones would step up to the plate, representing the go-ahead run.
If you're the Bluefish, you definitely want to try to chip away in the 6th inning. Don't want to have to go to the bottom half of the 7th, trailing by 2 runs and trying to make up for lost time.
3-0 on the outside corner as Lopez stepped out of the box. He was trying to sell a walk and could not do it. Marty Bauer would not buy the goods. 3 balls and 1 strike. Lopez standing in one more time. The runner goes. The pitch is in there for a strike. The throw to second is in time. The throw was slightly high, but Elliot Ayala is gunned out. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Willie Upshaw looking in at Pedro Lopez. Maybe could have been a hit and run on. Lopez was pretty upset with that first strike call that he wasn't paying much attention to the signs at third.
1-2. A high chopper towards first, but it's foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And these are the parts of the game that the Bluefish really have not been able to execute. Not to say that they haven't followed orders from Willie Upshaw. They really have not executed the little pieces that they've needed to in order to win games, which is why they've struggled over the last 25-plus games. Not scoring the runs with runners in scoring position. They're not coming up with key hits. They're not hitting. They're missing hit and run signals. It's a combination of details. The pitch is outside for ball 4. Was Ayala running it on his own, or did Pedro Lopez miss the hit and run sign?
Couldn't imagine him stealing second on a 3-1 count with 1 out. Seems like a good count for a hit and run. Trying to put the ball in play. It's a hitter's count. You don't want to hit into a double play. I couldn't see Ayala stealing on his own there. Either way, Kennard Jones steps up, gets his chance to bat in the 6th, representing the tie-in run.
With 2 men out, the next pitch dives low, 1 ball and no strikes. The tendency is if you give teams extra outs, they will convert. Right now, the Bluefish, they could have had runners at first and second, or even first and third. A 1-0, fastball upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes. Now they're left with a runner at first in Lopez.
Bergamy's going to take a second. Clearly the mound might be coming an issue for his footing.
Kennard Jones 1 for 3, a single in his last at bat, and also a stolen base. He did not score in that 4th inning. Bluefish left plenty of base runners on in the first 4 frames, which may lead to the team's demise in this contest.
6 total base runners that were left on. Kennard Jones, the most recent.
2-0. Slap foul to the opposite field. 2 balls and 1 strike. It is the most difficult thing to do, hit a baseball in sports. And it's incredible to watch how players can hit the ball as well as they do, still record outs. The 2-1, fastball ducks low and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. In the end, it really comes down to execution rather than failure. Camden was able to when they needed to in the 5th inning. Will Bridgeport be able to do the same? The 3-1. Fastball up, ball 4. The glove was high. Colina tried to bring it down and could not sell the call as Eddie Rogers moves forward. Consecutive walks allowed for Bergman. He is frustrated. And it may have something to do with the increased rain on the building up and the water building up on the dirt in front of him.
2 2-out walks in a row for Bergman. Eddie Rogers up to bat, had a single stolen base, a run in the first. Cade in his last at bat, 1 for 3.
Rogers stands in. Setup is inside. Pitch goes to the outside corner. 0-1.
Rogers a little upset with that call, felt it was off of the plate. But a little credit is given to Bergamy. It's been a tough spot to pitch in with this rain and muddy mound.
The 0-1. Swung on, a high chopper sent to third, handled by Marquez Smith as he goes to the bag for the final out of the frame. A 5 unassisted sends this game to the 7th. The Bluefish down by 2. You're listening to Perry Miles and RJ Garcia on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller Time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who.
What's up, Tommy?
Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers, who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk and never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller Time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles with RJ Garcia. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It's Matt Pike on the hill. As the rain continues to fall at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, they would like to get this game in. Who knows what is going to happen for game 2? The start time may be delayed a little bit as rain continues to fall at the ballpark.
There's no question if they're going to try to fit the second game in, which in all reality they are going to try to fit the second game in, they're going to need ample time to fix up the field, dry it out a little bit.
And it would be, usually it's a half an hour before. My best guess is right now it would be closer to 45 minutes, maybe even an hour before they would get game 2 started. But we're just giving you the half an hour for everyone out there.
Second baseman number
once
11,
the game
Turner.
comes to a close.
And then again, it's not likely that they will tarp the field. Don't want to do that because you're not going to be able to get a chance to work on it.
They will do the best that they possibly can as the rain continues to fall at the ballpark. It's a light rain, a steady light rain, which led to the postponement yesterday. The difference is it became heavier and heavier. Next pitch on the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike.
Pike overall on the season, 1-3, 4.26 ERA, 3 starts, 6 games total, 19 innings of work.
The 0-1. Slides to the outside corner, called a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. It is expected to get much warmer as the week progresses in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Into the weekend, it's supposed to be warm temperatures. The next pitch is outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Pike to right-handed hitting of Lloyd Turner. 1-2, chopped on the ground foul.
Pike worked an inning and 2/3, gave up a hit, an earned run, and had a K back on June the 6th. Also took the loss against Camden in his start there. 4 innings, 1 earned, 4 Ks.
The visibility is expected to improve by 3 o'clock. The pitch is grounded over to second, handled by on the move by Lopez. He throws to first in time. Pedro records the first out, 4-3. Brings up Marquez Smith.
Third baseman number 8, Marquez Smith.
Smith has the big drive today. A bases clearing double coming up in inning 5. And heading into this weekend, it's supposed to be gorgeous the entire weekend. Starting with tomorrow, mid-70s with the temperatures, expected to go to the lower 70s. And when Bridgeport goes to Lancaster, it should be much warmer than that as the next pitch is swung on and missed. No balls, 1 strike.
Pike effective. He is really one of the stronger pitchers on this staff. Struggling with a shoulder injury, just trying to work his way back up and get some stamina.
Next pitch is lined into left field. It is a base hit. Marquez Smith comes up with a single. Runner at first, 1 man out for Brian Bergamy.
On Monday, last game, the Bluefish were able to contain Marquez Smith, one of the league leaders in hitting.
First baseman number 7,
kept him to a
Brian
0-for-3 day. Not so much luck this afternoon. His last 2 at-bats, single and a double, 3 RBIs.
Not too many more road games, not too many more home games after this homestand for the Bluefish for the rest of the first half. The 1-out toss, ground right back to the mound. Pike handles, fields, throws the second one on to first. Double play ends the threat. Bergamy grounds into a 1-6-3 to end the inning. No runs, 1 base hit, nobody left on. End of 6.5. Bluefish need 2 to tie, 3 to win. They're trailing 5-3. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
This is Terry McGriff, pitching coach for the Bridgeport Bluefish, and you listen to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast.
this little ditty? America's pastime. Summer's here and it feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night, but there's always a beer man with ice-cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. All it takes is calling his name, so even if your team doesn't hit any dingers, you'll have frost-brewed refreshment at the tips of your fingers. Thank you.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I did seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial Inc.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back for the bottom of the seventh inning. They'll have to deal with John Lujan, right-handed closer who has 10 saves on the year. A 4.64 ERA. Opponents hitting .295 against the right-hander. The Bluefish were looking into signing him during the offseason, but he opted to go to Camden. The first pitch on its way from Lujan, who already has a couple of saves and one blown save and a loss against the Bluefish. The first pitch is on the outside corner, no balls and one strike.
Some more speedy dry this time was put on the mound, helped the footing of the pitchers. A well-needed touch-up.
The sun desperately wants to break out. You can see the clouds brightening up for a moment as the pitch is inside on the corner, 0-2.
Redmond didn't like that much, but it was a great backdoor breaking ball. It nipped the corner of the plate on its way by.
Lujan waits with the glove down at the belt. The 0-2 to Redmond. A high pop to the right side of the infield, drifting towards the outfield. Patty Matera, who has room and makes the play for out number 1. It's a P4 on the score sheet. The Bluefish down to the final 2 outs. Brings up Brock Peterson.
First baseman, number 23, Brock.
Bridgeport have won 5 of the first 8 matchups against the Riversharks this year. The loss would be 5 out of 9.
Peterson trying to get something positive out of this game. This at-bat here would be critical for his psyche going into game 2.
1 out toss is low, 1 ball and no strikes. If he were to pick up a base hit, it brings up another point. The Bluefish would send the tying run to the plate against Lujan.
This season 0 for 25 now for Peterson against Camden.
The 1 out toss is swung on and missed, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And that's after 0 for 4 on Monday and 0 for 2 here this afternoon.
Lujan's given up 2 home runs this year. the 1-1. Line, base hit left field. You can hear the crack of the bat from up here. Peterson is on with a single. The tying run is at the plate for Luis Lopez.
Something positive in the means of a base runner for the Bluefish. Big for Peterson. He got the Louie combo due up.
The Bluefish looked like they had this game in control, up 3-0 with Bayless cruising. Then Bayless may have suffered some sort of finger or hand problem, which Willie Upshaw and Erica Ventura had to take care of, especially Erica Ventura, the team trainer. They gave up 5 runs in the 5th. Camden's only offense today. Picked up 3 of their 5 base hits in the process. Right-hander delivers. A high pop to the left side of the infield. Marquez Smith moves forward and then has to move a couple of steps more toward the mound to make the play for out number 2.
1 pitch. That's all that was needed to take care of Luis Lopez. Up there hacking away, and it sets up Luis Rodriguez.
The Bluefish down to their final out of the ball game. A home run would extend it. And any other way that Luis Rodriguez would get on base.
Outfield just directed to take a couple steps back. Don't want to let anything over their heads. Let a base hit dunk in.
2-out toss from Lujan. Swung on and fouled off. No balls, 1 strike.
So bad does this rain want to stop. It's still misting a bit.
It has subsided a little bit from before, when it looked like it was a heavy mist as opposed to what it is right now, a little bit lighter. The 0-1, fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the sun does seem to want to come out. It's getting a bit brighter. Still foggy for sure.
Only a couple of hours west of here, it is sunny. The 1-1, curveball high, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Might have been a wet ball there. Couldn't quite get the grip on that curveball. Nearly hit Luis Rodriguez in the head.
Here's an interesting situation. Elliot Ayala is going to be coming to the plate next. Do the Bluefish decide to pinch hit for him, knowing that they need some sort of power if Rodriguez gets on base? Ayala not a power hitter. The 2-1. Poked on the ground towards first, handled by Bergamy. He flips to Lujan, covering. The ball game is over. The Bluefish fall by a score of 5-3 in the opener of the doubleheader. The post-game show comes to you right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Home entitled Coors Light Summer. It's a Coors Light Summer, hot babes all around. Backyard barbecues are where you'll be found. It gets pretty hot out, but it'll be all right because coolers are filled with ice-cold Coors Light. You step outside, mini skirts galore. For your garden for the ball game, that's what's in store. It's going to be a scorcher, but there's hope in sight. Refreshment awaits, Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Thank you. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
I call this little ditty America's Pastime. Summer's here and it feels pretty nice. Baseball and hot dogs and refreshment on ice. Some games are early, some are at night. But there's always a beer man with ice-cold Coors Light. He's the most reliable player in the game. All it takes is calling his name, so even if your team doesn't hit any dingers, you'll have Frost Brewed refreshment at the tips of your fingers. Thank you.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, so I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I did seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
I call this one best girlfriend ever. It had been a long day and an even longer week, So I headed toward the kitchen, refreshment I did seek. But after swinging open the fridge, I saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. Let's go quickly through the box score and the scoring summary from the Bluefish broadcast. It all came down to what unfolded in the fifth inning with 5 runs coming across. Bluefish got out to an early lead. A single by Eddie Rogers with 1 man out. He stole second. With 2 men out, Brock Peterson walked, and then Luis Lopez hit an RBI double to left field to give the Bluefish a 1-0 lead. In the fourth, Bridgeport extended that margin. It was a triple by James Simmons to right center field with 1 man out. Pedro Lopez singled toward left center field to drive in the second run of the day to make it 2-0. Pedro Lopez stole second, eventually came home as Kadar Jones singled him in to make it 3-0. But 5 runs scored in the fifth with the bases loaded, an infield single by Lloyd Turner towards third, a bases clearing double by Marquez Smith, and an RBI single by Brian Bergamy to close out the scoring. 5 runs, 5 hits for the Riversharks, 3 runs, 88 base hits for the Bluefish. In the game, nothing for Walker, 1 run, no base hit for Matera. Turner a hit, a run, and an RBI. Smith 2 hits, a run, 3 ribbies, a hit for Bergamy and an RBI. Colina nothing. Eduardo Perez nothing with a run scored. Nothing from Macias except the run. Deach nothing, and Agassi 1 hit on the day. 1 hit and an RBI from Jones. 1 hit and a run scored from Rogers. A hit from Peterson, Redmond, and Lopez. Luis Lopez picked up an RBI as well. Rodriguez and Ayala with nothing. A hit and a run from Simmons. 2 hits and a run from Pedro Lopez. The winner, Brian Corey, moves to 3 and 4. 5 innings, 3 runs, 7 base hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Bergman with an inning, 2 walks and 2 Ks. John Lujan with the save, his 11th of the year. 1 inning, a hit, and that was all. Jonah Bayless picks up the tough luck loss. 4 2/3, 4 runs, 1 hit, 4 walks, and 5 Ks. Bateman with a third of an inning, 2 hits and a run allowed. Strikeout Peltzer, a shutout frame, a hit and a walk. Pike, an inning with a hit as well. Time of the game, 2 hours and 46 minutes. There's a pass ball from Colina, a hit by pitch. Jonah Bayless, he had 1 hit batter. 6 strikeouts for the Bluefish staff. Bayless with 5 of them and 1 from Bateman. Walker, Turner, Smith, Colina. Those first 3 had 1. Colina with 2. Deach with 1. And then for the Bluefish, they struck out 5 times. Rogers, Peterson, Rodriguez, Ayala, and Simmons split it apart. 9 total walks. Matera, Bergamy, Perez, each with 1. Macias with 2. Jones, Peterson, Lopez, and Lopez. Both Luis and Pedro each with those walks. Double from Smith is 9th. Luis Lopez is 6th. James Simmons, his first triple of the year. RBI from Turner, 16th. Smith he has 15 now after 3. Bergamy with 34. Jones with his 26th. Lopez with his 23rd. Lopez with his 11th. Luis with 23. And Pedro Lopez with 11. Macias was hit by a pitch, his 4th. Left on base, Bridgeport with 9 and Camden with 5. Double play ball, just 1 of them turned by Matt Pike and the Bluefish squad. The final score, the Riversharks 5 and the Bluefish 3. Bridgeport falls now to 20 wins and 25 losses. The Riversharks improved to 22 and 23 heading into Game 2, which will feature Toby Stoner and Ricky Brooks on the mound. Stoner, 9 starts, 1-6, 6.88 against Brooks. 5 games, 3 starts, 2-0, 2.61. Both of them right-handed pitchers. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer than that, as you should stay tuned for the upcoming game between the Bluefish and the Camden Riversharks. We'll be right back.
Your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to yp.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
The Gear Shop at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you got the best of me, think you've had the last laugh, bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down, think that I'll come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. You heard that I was starting over with someone new. They told you I was moving on over you. You didn't think that I'd come back swinging. You tried to break me, but you see what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. Thanks to you, I got a new thing started. Thanks to you, I'm not the broken hearted. Thanks to you, I'm finally thinking about me. You know, in the end, the day you left was just my beginning. In the end, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. When I'm alone.
It was 1989, my thoughts were short, my hair was long. Caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was far from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Splashing through the sandbar, talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined upon her hair. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Catching change. Oh, how we thought those days would never end. Sometimes I hear that song and I'll start to sing along and think, man, I'd love to see that girl again. Man, I'd like to see that girl again. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song, sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long.
We welcome you back to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles with Luis Lopez. Last game, 7-0 victory against Southern Maryland. What do you feel went well in that game on Sunday?
Well, we came out swinging the bats early. We came out early, we scored, got on the board early, and I think that's a key for us. We need to start swinging the bats a little bit better, and hopefully, we put it all together. Because there's some nights we'll pitch good and we won't hit. Some nights we hit good and we don't pitch good. So we're trying to just put it all together.
One of the Atlantic League's leaders in walks. Do you pride yourself in taking all those pitches?
Definitely. I try to work the count, especially the starters. We want to get the pitch counts up. And because personally, I think you win ball games going against the bullpen.
Welcome to the jungle.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
If I die young, bury me inside, lay me down on a bed of roses, sink me in the river at dawn, send me away with the words of a love song. Oh, oh, oh. Lord, make me a rainbow, I'll shine down on my mother. She'll know I'm safe with you when she stands under my colors. Oh, and life ain't always what you think it ought to be. No, ain't even gray, but she buries her baby. The sharp knife of a short.
Welcome you to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Game 3 of the series between the Bluefish and the Riversharks. Another 7-inning contest. Hello, everyone. Perry Miles here. We just got the starting lineups. The Bluefish coming off of a loss earlier this afternoon, 5-3. Brian Corey with the victory. Jonah Bayless with the loss. John Lujan with the save. This time around, a little bit different with Toby Stoner heading to the hill for the Bluefish. The right-handed pitcher had not been performing well in each of his last few starts. Last time out against the Barnstormers, 4 1/3 innings, gave up 7 runs, and he has not allowed fewer than 3 runs in any of his starts since May the 7th. He got off to a really good start and was unable to really recover from that. He's pitched a total of 10 innings against the Riversharks and has given up 12 total runs and 8 earned, as Ron Karkovice and Willie Upshaw shake hands at the home plate area. Let's take a quick look at the starting lineups for each team. It's Kennard Jones in center field leading off. He's followed by Eddie Rogers at short. Greenwich Redmond is over in right field batting third. Brock Peterson is the first baseman batting fourth. Luis Lopez is the third baseman batting fifth. Elliot Ayala is the designated hitter batting sixth. Angel Flores is the catcher batting seventh. Peter Barrows gets a start today. He is batting eighth and playing left field. Pedro Lopez is batting ninth and playing second base after his very good performance in the opening game. Let's take a look quickly at the Riversharks lineup. It all begins with Patty Matera, who got game 1 off. Game 2, he's at second base, batting .309 on the year. Lloyd Turner is in left field, batting second. Marquez Smith, who came up with a bases-clearing double in the last game, bats third and plays third. Brian Bergamy, who also picked up a run, batted in first base and batting fourth. Alvin Colina gets a shot at DH. He'll bat fifth. Eduardo Perez is batting sixth and playing right field. The catcher is Raul Patron. He came over from Venezuela, and it was expected that the two would split up the time, but not expecting this way. He is playing the catcher's position. Drew Macias in center field batting eighth, and Jake Agassi rounds out the rotation batting ninth under Ricky Brooks, who has been a solid pitcher so far this year. 2.61 ERA for Brooks as he heads into this game, having started 3 other times this year, and he has lasted a minimum of 5 innings in every one of his starts, including 6-inning, 4-run performance last time out against the Revolution. The team is 3-0 when he takes the hill as a starter and has allowed 1 run or less in each of his 4 of his 5 appearances this year. The Bluefish will need a whole lot of help from him, and a whole lot of help from their offense after they had done well through the first 4 innings, but were unable to avoid trouble in the 5th as Jonah Bayless had what appeared to be a blister on his finger, which did not allow him to continue to play at or pitch at the level that he was through the first 4 innings, which as a result led to his loss rather than a victory for the right-hander. Thank you for tuning into the Bluefish broadcast. When we come back, we're going to have first pitch from the ballpark. You're listening to Perry Miles on Bridgeport Bluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller Time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who.
What's up, Tommy?
Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers, who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk and never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller Time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller Time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
You know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here.
One thing that we have not seen at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is clear conditions at the ballpark. It is not raining at this point. Much of the cloudiness has settled into New Haven, Milford areas. As you can see beyond in the distance, lots of fog. The sun wanted to break out. It has not been allowed to do so. But Toby Stoner is on the hill for the Bluefish, getting ready for his first pitch, and the first batter stepping up to the plate is Patty Matera. The first one is on the outside, but misses the corner. 1 ball and no strikes. Matera replaced Chris Walker in the game as the next pitch is swung on and popped up high in the air to shallow left center field. It drops in front of James Simmons for a base hit. We almost got through much of the defensive assignments for the Bluefish. A runner on with a leadoff single brings up Lloyd Turner. James Simmons is in center field. Peter Barrows is out in right field, in left field rather, and then in right field it's Prentice Redmond from that vantage point. From third base to first base around the infield, Luis Lopez, Eddie Rogers, Pedro Lopez, Brock Peterson, Angel Flores is behind home plate for Toby Stoner as the first pitch is on its way. Bunt shown, pulled back by Turner. 1 ball and no strikes. Time of the game, first game, 7 innings, 2 hours and 46 minutes from Bridgeport, Connecticut. The second one just started a couple of minutes ago. First pitch about 2:10 Eastern, the 1-0 on the outside, but misses the corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. David Mills is behind home plate in this game. Jeff Dugmore is over at first. And the third base umpire is Marty Bauer. Turner stands in, having picked up 1 hit and 4 ABs, including an infield RBI single. The next pitch is on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. It was a cloudy, misty, rainy morning. It seems to have changed a little bit from about a half an hour, maybe a little bit longer ago. The 2-1 on the outside edge again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another 7-inning game, as the Bluefish had plenty of those last year. Quite a few rainouts, quite a few doubleheaders. They did quite well in those doubleheaders. The Bluefish not nearly as well this year as they did a season ago. Pitch is swung on and foul tipped into the glove of the catcher, Angel Flores, for strike 3. He gets sent down, 1 away, and it brings up the third batter in the order, Brian Bergamy.
Third baseman number
With
8, Marquez
a
Smith.
base hit and a walk, he has extended his on-base streak as, wow, not seen quite often. A little bit different lineup. I do apologize. The starting lineup oncoming. The first pitch on its way. Check swing did not go around. Marquez Smith. The count, no balls and 1 strike as the pitch floated outside. Smith in the last game was 2 for 4 with a double and a single. It's a couple of RBI. The next one is on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Bergamy's waiting on deck in case there is no double play ball. A couple of batters that had quite the hitting streak going. Marquez extended his to 6 games, and Brian Bergamy, the aforementioned Bergamy, moved it to 11 game on base and 8 game hitting streak as the throw to first is not in time. No balls and 2 strikes. Patty Matera has a decent amount of speed. Many of the middle infielders and also the outfielders tend to have more speed than the corner infielders and the catcher and the pitcher. Another throw over to Checo Matera. Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Bluefish and the Riversharks. The 0-2 fastball, scaled high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Toby Stoner really has not performed well of late. ERA of 6.88. He's pitched 51 innings, and he's had some time in big leagues with the New York Mets. He throws over to first. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He has integrated a little bit of a knuckleball because he has wanted to create a little bit different look. The 1-2 just floats away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bluefish have not performed well either when he is headed to the mound. They have not provided him with too much run support. Just 16 runs total during times when he is in the lineup as opposed to 33 in the entire game. The next offering is outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. They do not score that many runs for him. They don't score runs for Diaz, Pike, and Stoner. They score a few more for De La Vara, Hess, and Oseguera, which is why the records are a little better for those pitchers. Not to mention, Hess and those players were performing better as the pitch is low, ball 4. Sometimes, even though players would like to be professional, they feel more confident to be able to win games when those players are at the mound, and as a result, they tend to play better. Maybe a little bit bigger of a cushion is
7, Brian Bergamy.
Brian Bergamy moves forward. Bergamy, out of Wichita State, a shocker during his collegiate career. He was one of the better players in the history of shocker baseball. Missouri Valley Conference Player of the Year award 1 season. Stoner delivers. Fastball right down the middle, no balls and 1 strike. And it's no doubt that he is one of the better players on this team. Played in Australia for Adelaide and wound up leading many categories in the winter baseball with on-base percentage and a few others. The pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. On-base percentage, batting average. Total number of doubles. In the end, he did not win the Most Valuable Player award, even though his team went on to win the championship. The 1-1. A high drive towards right center field. Going back on the move is Prentice Redmond. He won't get there. That ball hops towards the wall. 1 run scores with Matera there. Marquez Smith following his horse, and he scores with a double following the back of Patty Matera. It is a 2-run double for Brian Bergamy, and the Riversharks are ahead by a score of 2-0. That pitch was socked to right field.
Hitter number 25, Alvin Colina.
Alvin Colina moves in. Prentice Redmond a long way to go, and Bergamy scorched the baseball. Kalina did not pick up a hit in his last game as he stepped into the batter's box and moves back out. It's only a 7-inning game, so pretend like it's the top of the third. And already Matera and Smith scoring runs early. The first pitch is on the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. Kalina's reached the big leagues before, had a little bit of a stint there with the Rockies. And also, plenty of stops in AA and AAA baseball, which is why he was invited by the Riversharks. They were hoping to get more out of him, and they certainly have over the years. The 0-1 is waved at for a strike, 0-2. Stoner features a fastball, curveball, changeup, and slider. But as you saw, based on the way that Bergamy was hitting, and also the way that Marquez Smith was able to draw the walk, he's not necessarily overpowering players, and he needs to do a little bit better job in doing that, commanding his pitches. The 0-2, just a little bit low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The ballpark at Harbor Yard here for Game 3 of this 3-game set. The Riversharks will head home after today. We'll have a game tomorrow. The Bluefish will stay here and take on a squad that just swept them at Bridgeport, the Barnstormers. Stoner takes a deep breath, twists his head around a couple of times, glove set at the belt. And timeout is called as Angel Flores pointed up in the sky, trying to hold his hand up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It was a tremendous job done by the grounds crew to make sure everything was ready, led by Jeremy Great and Ben Baker at the ballpark. They got this field as ready as it possibly could have been, considering there was a lot of miss. That 1-2 is over the middle for strike 3. 2 strikeouts on the day for Stoner to this point. It sets up Eduardo Perez. There was so much water dumped from the tarp earlier this morning. It wound up on the grass. I think Kennard Jones' last game took a cold shower as he sprawled to the grass to try to get one of the baseballs. And any player that dove on there during the morning hours, they were going to get a little bit cold. They needed to change jerseys. The next pitch is stroked in the air to left field. Not too deep. Peter Barrows drifting towards the line and makes the play in fair ground for the final out of the frame. The Bluefish allowed 2 runs on 2 base hits. The big shot, a 2-run double for Brian Bergamy to right center field. At the end of a half, 2-0 Camden. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who. What's up, Tommy? Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers, who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk and never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball returns from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Bluefish are down by a score of 2-0. We'll have to deal with Ricky Brooks, the right-handed pitcher. 2 wins and no losses with an ERA of 2.61 as Kennard Jones leads off, followed by Eddie Rogers and Prentice Redmond. 1, 2, and 3 in the order. The 2-run double by Brian Bergamy, accounting for the only offense today as the right-hander Brooks is set. He winds and kicks. The first pitch is slapped foul to the opposite field. No balls and 1 strike. Bridgeport owned a 3-0 lead until the 5th inning when the Bluefish gave up 5 runs. A 3-run double by Marquez Smith and an RBI apiece from 2 other hitters as the next one is on the outside but misses the corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ricky Brooks has plenty of experience in affiliated baseball. The next pitch is stroked foul to the opposite field. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's looking to work quickly in this contest as Jones has not been allowed too much time in the box. Brooks, 5-10 seconds. He's right back in there. The 1-2, way inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Redmond had to lift his arms up just to avoid getting hit. 2-0 to score. Ricky Brooks out of East Carolina University, but a New York State native and was born in Edison, New Jersey. The 2-2 is a check swing foul at the plate. Jones stay alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He eventually was drafted in the 3rd round overall by the White Sox back in 2005. Made it to as high as AA baseball in his career with Birmingham and was there for parts of 3 seasons with the Barons. The 2-2 sent low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's the Southern League affiliate. Eventually went to Binghamton with the New York Mets organization. But one interesting note, Ricky Brooks, Toby Stoner, they were teammates at one point. They're opposing each other again. The 3-2, chopped on the ground, right back to the mound. Brooks snags to his left and then delivers an underhand scoop as he jogged towards first, 1 away. 1-3 on the putout. Eddie Rogers moves in.
Shortstop number 24, Eddie Rogers.
Rogers picked up a hit, scored a run, and stole a base in the last game. He was 1 for 4. His batting average about .250 at this point. .253 heading into this contest. Rogers provided some pop at the shortstop position. 4 home runs this year. Last couple of years, they were really not getting a whole lot of power. He probably matched Angel Baroa and Brandon Chavez's totals. Pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Chavez had a few more in 2010, but 2011, there was not a whole lot of pop between Baroa and Chavez. The 1-0 slides outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Baroa wound up going to affiliated baseball. Chavez went to Italy and maybe on his way to Italy again. 2-0, inside, 3 balls and no strikes. He also may have decided to retire from the game to focus on his modeling career. 3-0, right on the inside corner, 3-1. One player that's hoping to continue his career is Brooks, who's 27 years old. Even though he's drafted as high as he was, the pitch is lined, fouled on the third base line. It just drifted to the left of the bag. 3-1. He's only 27, and he's had a decent minor league career in terms of ERA. Win to loss, not so wonderful. 22-37. That will not get the job done. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 man out, bottom of the first inning. Marquez Smith is over at third base, about halfway. Jake Igesty is over at short. The 3-2 is poked foul as Rogers stays alive. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. Second baseman is Patty Matera. Brian Bergamy is over at first. From left to right in the outfield, Lloyd Turner, Drew Macias, and Eduardo Perez. Perez last game was the designated hitter. Another foul ball as it chases one of the feathered friends away. One of the birds that was making its home about 5 rows behind the road dugout just flocked away. 3-2. Another foul ball off the mask and deflects to the netting. 3 balls, 2 strikes. This is Raul Padron's first game behind home plate. He's taken a beating this year already. He's gone through what, 15, 20 pitches? 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fog beginning to settle in again, unfortunately. Next pitch swung on and served down the left field line, but it travels foul as it hits the canopy area just where the picnic tent is. Close to the picnic, maybe a little bit beyond that. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Rogers stands in with a slightly open stance. Here's the 3-2. Ripped foul again. Willie Upshaw has to avoid that contact. Just jut out of the way as he backpedaled out of the coach's box. It's been so much inclement weather. There have been so much of that of late. Finally expecting some nice weather over the weekend as the pitches squib fouling. Again, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Partly cloudy temperatures in the 70s expected for the weekend set against Lancaster. Maybe rolling down to the mid and lower 60s by the time nighttime comes around for most of those games. And of course, tomorrow's Thirsty Thursday, presented by Budweiser. So I'm sure many fans will be making their way out to the ballpark to enjoy those drink specials. The pitch again fouled off. Eddie Rogers has been a pest for the right-hander to deal with. Brooks cannot figure out how to get him out. And if this continues, maybe Rogers will draw a walk. 3-2. Another foul ball out of play. Wow. Talk about someone being angry. Brooks visibly displeased about the way that he cannot finish off Rogers. Right-hander set again at the stomach, the 3-2. Swung on and missed. This time he got him. That was a long at-bat for Eddie Rogers. At least 15 pitches in that at-bat.
Right number 27, Prentice
and
Redmond.
Prentice Redmond moves forward. Kennard Jones only took 5 pitches before he sent the baseball for an out on a 1-3. Redmond stands in. Next offering, fastball over the inside corner for a strike, no balls, 1 strike. Redmond broke his 0 for 22, finished the game 1 for 3 after his first at-bat. The 0-1 is inside, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 for 4 total. Redmond, former big leaguer for the Mets, at age 23. Big power source, 1-1. Another dribbler to the right side, this time handled by Ricky Brooks. He hustles to the first base back. It's a 1 unassisted to end the inning. A 1-2-3 frame for the Bluefish on the offensive side. Bridgeport trailing 2-0 at the end of 1. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Have you heard about the clubhouse? Conveniently located in Fairfield, it has an unparalleled team of baseball and softball instructors offering private instruction, camps, team training, rentals, and best of all, the chance to learn from an all-pro team including Mike Porzio, former MLB pitcher, and the Bluefish's very own Willie Upshaw. Open 7 days a week. Stop in and meet our team or call us 203-292-8700 and visit us at the web, theclubhousect.com, and get the Major League experience.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball returns on the air. Perry Miles here. 2:34 Eastern Standard Time from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The sun was fighting, or at least trying to fight its way out. The clouds are a little bit brighter in Bridgeport than they are up north, but still low cloudiness surrounding much of the area as Toby Stoner winds and delivers first pitch fastball low. 1 ball and no strikes. Toby Stoner has lasted 6 innings or more a few times this year, but has struggled a bit. The 1-0 is foul to the netting. 1 ball and 1 strike. And if you take a quick look at what he has done and what he was trying to accomplish, he was not doing that in his previous starts until Long Island, and then eventually came up with a knuckleball to try to throw to deceive the hitters. That the 1-1 is skied in the air to the right side of the infield. Pedro Lopez moving forward and makes the play on the dirt for out number 1. He was close to Brock Peterson at first. Not necessarily the first base bag, but the first base position. With 1 away, it suns up Drew Macias. The center fielder did not have a great game hitting the ball, but he walked twice and was hit by a batter, or at least suffered a hit by a pitch. The first pitch is on the outside. Another strike, no balls and 1 strike. Macias, a left-handed batter, 2-11 on the year. He takes another one, and that time a changeup. No balls, 2 strikes. After the P4 by Raul Padron, the 0-2. Slap foul by Macias. The Riversharks had gotten off to a slow start. They were in last place 10-15 games in, but since then they have reeled off a few victories. They're playing much better baseball of late. The next offering is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Winner of this game wins the series. And that's really all you can ask for. Teams want to win the series. And the Bluefish have yet to win a series since the first 5 pitches lined on. 1 hop scooped up by Peterson. He delivers to first in time with Stoner covering. Great play by Peterson, and eventually a good cover by Toby Stoner. A 3-1 on the putout to bring up Jake Igesty. There were a couple of pitchers up in the media area. One was Keith Weezer, the starting pitcher for the Riversharks. He's in the starting rotation, but he was keeping track of pitch counts because he wanted to stay dry. It was raining heavily out there as the pitch fastball low, 1 ball and no strikes. And sometimes pitchers will hang up in the press box in order to do that. The 1-0 on the outside corner as it's directed over the top. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. Nothing across. Camden playing the final game at this venue for the first half. The next pitch outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. With a Camden victory, the record for the Riversharks against the Bluefish would be at 500 at 5-5. The Bluefish hoping to win the first half. That way they could have a tiebreaker in case there was one. The 2-1 floats away, 3 balls and 1 strike. Meanwhile, the Long Island Ducks, they continue to roll, except for against the Barnstormers. They have the best record in the Liberty Division. The 3-1 is on the inside corner, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bridgeport's really struggling. And after that loss, 20-25, after starting out 12-5. That's an 8-20 record. Pitch is grounded over to second. Handling is Pedro Lopez. He throws to first in time for the final out of the inning. A 4-3 for Jake Igesty. The Bluefish get a 1-2-3 at the end of an inning and a half. 2-0 Camden. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Mike Piazza talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It just connects you with the history of the game and the tradition of this game and how important this game is to the fabric of society. It's something I used to bond with my father, and I will always, and I love to sort of teach my kids the history of baseball.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Jimmy Rollins talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Just being in the same place that all these great ball players, reside at now, their career. You go find their stats, their jerseys, their helmets, their cleats, and to have something of mine, that is something that anybody that goes to the Hall of Fame can see.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. At the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, New York. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Jimmy Rollins talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Just being in the same place that all these great ball players, reside at now, their career. You go find their stats, their jerseys, their helmets, their cleats, and to have something of mine, that is something that anybody that goes to the Hall of Fame can see.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. At the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, New York. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles here. The Bluefish are down 2-0, and they'll have to deal with Ricky Brooks in the second. Rock Peterson, Luis Lopez, and Elliot Ayala. 4, 5, and 6. The first pitch from Brooks lands low, 1 ball and no strikes. Brooks in his career has had a number of opportunities to start. 52 starts in the minors. The next pitch, grounded foul to the left side. 1 ball and 1 strike. That headed into this year. And this is Brooks' 4th start, so 56 total starts in his career. 1 ball, 1 strike. Right-hander Brooks delivers. Pitch grounded towards third. Handled on the backhand by Marquez Smith. The long throw across. Stretching out Bergamy. He makes the play. 1 out. 5-3 on the putout. Sends Luis Lopez to the dish.
Third baseman, number 19, Luis Lopez.
So many interesting stories about Lopez. First hit of his major league career came against Arthur Rhodes. The first home run of his career came against Jamie Moyer. And you always think about how young some guys may have been back then. Luis Lopez was fleet of foot way back when he was a big leaguer. Pitches on the inside quarter, no balls and 1 strike. But he looked so much different now compared with when he was back then. Of course, it was more than a decade ago, the 0-1, outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. He made it back to the big leagues in 0-4 with Montreal. But it's a different animal these days. All he's trying to do is do a little bit of extra running so that way he can continue to play at his highest level. The 1-1 dances low, 2 balls and a strike. Elliot Ayala is the last batter due up in the frame. Both Ayala and Lopez, friends from when Ayala was with Somerset, as the pitches popped up in the air to the left side in foul ground. Marquez Smith makes the play as he snuck underneath. 4 out, number 2. It's a PF5 on the score sheet for Elliot Ayala.
Designated hitter, number 3, Elliot Ayala.
Ayala, the designated hitter, had a number of hits heading into last game and did not come up with a hit last game, so his hitting streak is over. The first pitch grounded toward the middle. The shortstop, Agassi, cuts in front of the second base bag and throws him out for the final out of the frame on the rifle to first. 6-3 ends the threat. 1-2-3 inning for the Bluefish at the end of 2. Bridgeport trails 2-0. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases, just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB Snappers Club has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 or go to bridgeportbluefish.com/kids/snappers to become a member of BB's Snappers Club.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball returns for the top half of the third inning. Bridgeport down 2-0. Toby Stoner's on the hill. The first pitch on its way is a fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes. To Paddy Matera. Second time he's up in this game. He singled in his first time up. And it's the second time that he's come up to the plate because he did replace Chris Walker in the earlier contest. The next pitch is low and away, 2 balls, no strikes. Matera is one of the leading hitters in the Atlantic League as well, 310 plus, the 2-0. Grounded foul sharply down the left field line, 2-1. Matera, Smith, Bergamy, those three pretty much have locked up spots for the Atlantic League All-Star game, considering that they have performed as well as they did. And remember, the All-Star game is coming up. The pitch is sent down the right field line, but twist foul out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Assuming that there is no catastrophic injury or some holdback, it would be safe to assume that Smith, Bergamy, and Matera would all be making it to the squad. And that All-Star game coming up, All-Star week, July 9th through the 12th, with the All-Star game coming up on that Tuesday. The Bluefish have plenty of work to do between now and then, trying to make up ground on every team in the Atlantic League. The 2-2 is low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. They have really struggled against the Freedom Division opponents, and they have not done as well of late against the Liberty Division foes as well. The 3-2 from Stoner. A high fly towards center field, charging forward to make the play was James Simmons. 1 away in the third on an F8 to bring up Lloyd Turner.
Left fielder number 11, Lloyd Turner.
What an interesting player Lloyd Turner is. Coming from Lancaster and then eventually going to Camden. Went from Lancaster, which is a great hitter's park, 300 down the right field line, and a very high fence, similar to the way that Angel Stadium has in Anaheim. A big high wall, difference is shorter fence. To coming to Camden, which has no short fence, yet a jet stream, and he performed even better than that, only hitting like 240 plus in 2010, improved that average dramatically in 2011. Perhaps it was something that Ron Karkovice and others have told him as the first pitch lines up inside, 1 ball and no strikes. And remember, if the Riversharks ever have any worries or any concerns about injuries, their hitting coach not too far removed from the game as the next pitch is on the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Not necessarily the bench coach in Ron Karkovice, but the hitting coach, Brett Bonvecchio, who's also an assistant. The 1-1 from the right-hander Stoner. Pitch slapped foul down the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bonvecchio played a couple of years ago with Camden and absolutely tore up the Atlantic League. Absolutely did. Got picked up and eventually made his way outside of the Atlantic League last year. Pitch grounded over towards third. Lopez takes a couple of hops and throws to first in time after he shuffled his feet to his left. 2 away in the third. It brings up Smith, Marquez Smith. A walk and a run scored today. Toby Stoner hoping to settle down from his first innings Inning third scoreless. Next pitch bends towards the outside corner, 0-1. 7 straight batters have been retired by the righty. Stoner set at the belt. The 0-1. That appeared to be a knuckleball. That ball floated down and landed inside the strike zone in the inside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Stoner right away going. Pitch grounded towards the middle, and it is through to the left of the second base bag for a base hit. James Simmons delivers the ball in as Marquez Smith comes up with his first base hit of this game, the second time that he has reached base for Brian Bergamy. Bergamy already with a couple of RBI today. Bluefish need to hold the Riversharks at 2. With the way that Brooks is working quickly, you never know how many hits they're going to get as Bergamy smacks it foul down the right field line, well out of play. It hit the stone stanchion that holds up some of the platform for the Metro North train. At least covers the outside of those tracks. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Plenty of traffic moving up and down 95 today. Deep to center field. Webster Bank Arena to the left. Next pitch on the inside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Down the right field line, the Port Jefferson Ferry and some of the steel structures and different manufacturing plants and steel plants that are located here. Plenty of business going on there. The 1-2 floats inside. David Mills did not ring him up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mills has been an umpire for this league for quite some time. The runner goes, pitch is inside for strike 3, and the throw immediately goes towards right center field because Flores did not want to waste too much energy on it. He just flipped it on a high fly to the right center field area. No runs, 1 base hit, a runner left on. At the end of 2.5, the Bluefish are still down by a score of 2-0. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
What you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you flip through the Real Yellow pages for a plumber, you're actually looking to reclaim your home from a renegade faucet. It's not just getting directions to a tailor with YP.com. It's looking your best for an interview. And it's more than finding a mechanic with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting your road trip back on track. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the Real Yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T. Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you search with the Real Yellow pages, you get more than a contractor. You get a whole new curb appeal. It's not just getting directions to a dry cleaner with YP.com. It's rescuing an old favorite from the back of the closet. And it's more than finding a locksmith with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting to sleep in your own bed. Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the Real Yellow pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Baseball legend.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back. Bottom of the 3rd inning as the right-hander steps up and the first pitch is inside from Brooks. 1 ball, no strikes. Angel Flores, Peter Barrows, Pedro Lopez. Flores at .341 on the year takes another fastball bending inside. 2 balls and no strikes. After all of that rain, it appears as if most of the low cloud cover has moved east of the area and north of the region as well. The next pitch is served out to the netting. 2 balls and 1 strike. It means that better weather is on its way and the cloud cover may clear to allow temperatures to rise into the 70-degree area before it goes even higher tomorrow. 2-1. Fastball low, 3 balls and a strike. Flores walks. Peter Barrows would get an opportunity at the plate to try to tie the game for the Fish. Remember, they're down 2 because of Bergamy. The 3-1 is a high bouncer towards third. Marquez Smith charges in and delivers the throw on the move, 1 away. He was already at the mound by the time that he got the baseball, and he quickly had to sidestep the mound just to avoid tripping over it, but he put together a strong throw as it brings up Peter Barrows. Barrows has seen spare playing time after the signing of James Simmons. The pitch is sent high in the air to right field, but playable for the corner outfielder. The right fielder, Eduardo Perez, makes the play. 2 outs in the frame. First pitch swinging. Put a good piece of wood on it. Just could not quite get it too far. It counts as an F9 for Pedro Lopez. Already quick outs for the Bluefish. And it appears as if Colina is indicating that there may be some necessary bullpen action, even though Brooks has been solid. The first pitch is on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. Communication's always important in baseball. Just look at the way that pitcher and catcher relationships affect the way that the game goes. The 0-1 is poked down the right field line foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Pedro Lopez was 2 for 2 in the last game with a walk. Last game also 2 for 2 with a walk. He has reached base safely, minus the sacrifice. He's reached base safely in his last 6 plate appearances. It's impressive. But he's down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. And eventually someone's going to have to get out. The 0-2, right down the middle, strike 3. Lopez goes down staring for the final out of the frame. Another 1-2-3. 3 scoreless innings, 3 hitless innings, and 3 no-walk innings for the right-hander. At the end of 3, 2-0 to score. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of the Bluefish Snappers Club. The Snappers Club is the newest club for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Snappers Club, you'll not only get free entrance on Snappers Club Day, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the club. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases, just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all of your favorite Bluefish players.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is here for the top half of the 4th inning. Toby Stoner winds and deals. First pitch swung on and driven. Deep left field. Barrows going back. He's at the track. It's at the wall. That ball's way gone. It hit the top of the netting and then just settled down towards the bottom area. What a drive by Alvin Colina. And it's his first home run of the season. The Riversharks are on top 3-0. That ball was ripped. It was left high in the zone. Stoner just rotates his cap and must go to the next hitter as Eduardo Perez moves forward. That pitch was socked. The next offering on its way from Stoner is a fastball low, 1 ball and no strikes. Just been that kind of day and this kind of season for Stoner, who made it to the big leagues at one point. Just has been unable to really get his manner together as the pitch is lined. It almost caught him in the head. Perez comes up with the single toward the middle of the field. Simmons throws the ball in. And with a runner on at first base, Raul Padron moves forward. Stoner seemed to have settled down after giving up 2 runs in the first. But he's already given up back-to-back hits, including that shot to Colina.
Catcher number 18, Raul Padron.
Raul Padron moves forward. He had a very good year last year, which is why there were several moves made as Padron stands in and takes a first pitch low, 1 ball and no strikes. No understanding as to how much time Padron and Colina had to work out the kinks in Venezuela. They were working out, but probably not playing in much competition as the pitch is smacked to deep right field. If that's fair, that's gone. That ball is foul. That ball was crushed by Padron, almost as if it was on a tee. Padron 0 for 1. He was vying for a 1 for 2 there. One ball, 1 strike. Padron has had a very solid career in the minor leagues. The next toss, fastball inside the corner, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Padron has been in professional baseball since 2004, and he's reached as high as AAA baseball in his career. Last season with Camden, hit .335, and he earned a trip to Akron, the AA affiliate of the Cleveland Indians. The next pitch is stroked foul to the left, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hit 7 homers and drove in 30 for the Riversharks. And then he made his way over to Akron, played 55 games, started almost every day that he played. In the end, he just could not put up the numbers in order to stay. Had he done so, he might have gotten another call further to AAA. The next toss is low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. If you want to look at organizational depth, most of that organizational depth relies solely on top prospects making it to the big leagues. Otherwise, they don't translate. What's the point? 2-2. Another off-speed pitch low, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Drew Macias is waiting in the on-deck circle. And if a double play and another out is not recorded before then you would say Jake Igesty over there. The runner goes, the pitch is inside. The throw to second does not matter. It is a walk for Raul Padron. Sets up runners at first and second for Drew Macias.
Center fielder number 4, Drew Macias.
Three to 1 ground ball in the second. Light fixtures are on at the ballpark. Wind slightly drifting out towards left field. But there's a conversation taking place at the mound between Toby Stoner, Luis Lopez, and Angel Flores as the bullpen gets loose, or is about to get loose for the Fish. Bluefish were hoping to get a longer outing out of Stoner. But this time around, which is the second time around, has been anything but pretty, especially towards the bottom of the order. The first pitch to Macias is on the inside corner, 0-1. Very difficult to tell. There are a couple of issues with the Fish right now. Shortstop Eddie Rogers hugging close to the base runner, keep him back. The next pitch soars away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bluefish have had all sorts of issues. Last game, 3-0 lead, and then control issues from starting pitcher Jonah Bayless kicked in. Joe Bateman gave up a couple of hits, could not hold down the fourth. The 1-1 is lifted foul to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. In this game, they've yet to score a run against Brooks and have really been getting quick outs, whereas Camden has been effectively placing the baseball into the gaps. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Next toss has to be blocked by Flores. 2-2. Bluefish have had winning seasons each of the last 2 years. Made it to the play-in game last year. Made it to the Atlantic League Championship Series 2 years ago. Seems to be a bit of a difference between the 2010 team, the 2011 team, and then the 2011 based on the 2012. Next offering is on the inside corner. And strike 3. Drew Macias goes down, looking at a fastball. It's a little strange as Jake Agassi moves in. Agassi just kicks some dirt around, ready to establish himself in the box. Long day at the ballpark, which was originally expected to start at 10:35. It wound up going to 10:45, 10:47. Pitches right on the outside edge. No balls and 1 strike. But for those of you who have stuck it out, thank you for tuning in. Perry Miles here. The Bluefish and the Riversharks. The 0-1 flattens out on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Jake Agassi, sales manager for a construction company during the off season, and a project manager at that. Many of the industries in the United States have been moved overseas due to the outsourcing. 0-2 is outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes, but still, construction is an important part. You need roads, you need buildings, and everything works from within. You need roads, buildings, bridges. Construction workers used to do that. The 1-2 is sent high in the air toward the right of center field. Simmons moves back now, travels forward and makes the play for the second out of the frame. Jake Agassi is 0 for 2 in this game. He is 1 for 5 so far in the doubleheader. After the F8, it sends up Petty Matera. Flock of birds making their way to the ballpark. They like to watch the action. I'm sure that Bluefish fans do not want to see what's going on right now. It's just been that sort of day for the Fish. They had a lead at one point. Now they're down again. Game 2. 2-out toss from Stoner lands on the inside corner. 0-1. And the difference has been the earned run average of the starting rotation. It has been a nightmare. The 0-1 is chopped towards third, snagged by Lopez. He throws the short way to second for the final out of the frame. It's a fielder's choice on a 5-4. A solo shot, though, by Alvin Colina to left field. The Bluefish are down 3-0. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Average taste? We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors? Have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth Dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Behind everything you're searching for is something you're actually looking for. When you search with the real Yellow Pages, you get more than a contractor. You get a whole new curb appeal. It's not just getting directions to a dry cleaner with YP.com. It's rescuing an old favorite from the back of the closet. And it's more than finding a locksmith with YP.com on your mobile. It's getting to sleep in your own bed.
Whatever it might be, there are more ways to search and more ways to find exactly what you're looking for with the real Yellow Pages, YP.com, and YP.com on your mobile, only from AT&T.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles here. Kennard Jones, who is starting out in center field today, leads off. Jones is 0 for 1 today. So no James Simmons, game 1. Pitch, grounded foul to the home plate area, no balls and 1 strike. Jones was in center field. Right fielder is Prentice Redmond, and the left fielder, Peter Barrows. As Kennard Jones is down 0-1 to the right-hander Brooks. He deals, pitch low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bridgeport will play Lancaster 4 consecutive games starting tomorrow night. Thursday, presented by Budweiser. And then close out the weekend Sunday with an afternoon game. The 1-1 is grounded to first, handled by Bergamy as he took a swipe at the ball and went to the bag, touched it for the first out. A 3-2 unassisted. Brings up Eddie Rogers. Bluefish have yet to pick up a hit. Consider this. Normally you'd have a 9-inning game. This is a 7-inning game. Do the math, it's as if you're starting out in the 3rd inning. Right now it would be similar to the bottom of the 6th. The 1-out toss from Brooks. Fastball over the middle, no balls, 1 strike at the knees. No base runners to this point. The 0-1 from the right-hander Brooks. May have been outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Third baseman Marquez Smith playing towards the bag a little bit. Anticipating Rogers might pull. The 1-1 is inside. 2 balls and a strike. Everyone else on the infield playing almost halfway, maybe a little bit deeper as the pitch is lined in the left field. It is a base hit. The first base runner of the day in game 2 for the Bluefish. Sets up Prentice Redmond. That pitch was more towards the middle of the plate as Brooks left it a little bit higher than normal. Brings in Prentice Redmond. 1 unassisted in his only at-bat today. A throw to first, not in time. This point in the contest, it would not be wise for Eddie Rogers to try to steal a bag, especially down 3-0. The 1-out toss is inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Down by 3, which means that the tying run is in the on-deck circle. Rogers takes a lead over at first. Brian Bergamy standing at the bag. Glove at the stomach. The set. The pitch swung on and served into right center field. It drops in for a base hit. Rounding second and heading for third is Eddie Rogers. He is in there, standing up. Runners at the corners with 1 man out to send up Brock Peterson. And immediately, Colina jogs down the third base line to possibly get one of the other hurlers up. Just jog down there. Wait and see if there's any confirmation as to if anyone needs to stretch or warm up. It's still only the 4th inning. And yes, Brooks has lasted 6 innings plus in each of his last couple of starts. But these types of games can turn very quickly, as the Bluefish saw last game. The next pitch is popped up in the air to the first base side, handled by Brian Bergamy for the out and foul ground for out number 2. It's a PF3 for Peterson. He is 0 for 2 today, and it sends up Luis Lopez, who's already 0 for 1. Third baseman has more than 2,000 hits, approaching 2,100. And his 2,000th hit was his 500th Atlantic League hit. His 2,100th hit would be his 600th Atlantic League hit. The 2-out toss, fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Continues to do well for the Bluefish this year. He's made some strides defensively, and offensively he's still hitting the ball. The next offering is on the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike on a backdoor heater. Heading into today's play, Luis Lopez was at 262 with 22 ribbies. Now he has 23 ribbies after the last game. The 1-1 from the righty. Fastball pinned inside, 2 balls and a strike. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. The second of a doubleheader, 2 7-inning games, beginning with the day event, 10:35, which started about 10:45 on the East Coast due to the plentiful amounts of rain. The pitch is outside. 3 balls and a strike. And game 1 lasted 2 hours and 46 minutes in 7 innings. Half an hour break between, or maybe a little bit more than a half an hour, to get the field ready for game 2. And it's been a relatively steady pace. Pitch lifted foul to the left near the tarp on a line drive. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The center fielder over there, Drew Macias, he's angled a little bit towards left center. Everyone else playing straight up except for the shortstop Igesty, who's angled more towards third. The next toss is outside, ball 4. Luis Lopez continues to draw walks. If he continues, he's going to lead the Atlantic League in that category. He never likes to walk. He always likes to make contact, likes to swing the bat. But if they're not going to pitch to you, why force it out?
Designated hitter number 3, Elliot Ayala.
Elliot Ayala moves forward. An 0 for 1 day for the designated hitter. He's been the DH for much of the time. Willie Upshaw working with Ayala, Simmons, and Barrows the most often, as he had been able to work with the others in the past. Timeout is called. The bases are loaded. In a 3-0 game, the Bluefish are down, but Bridgeport's the one that has the bases loaded. Last time out, 3-0, similar score for the Riversharks, as the Bluefish were leading, and then an infield single was followed by a bases-clearing double. That happened in Game 1 to propel the Riversharks to an eventual 5-3 win. The other run scored on a Brian Bergamy single to right field. The 2-out toss, fastball on the inside edge, 0-1. Bridgeport's offense has been prolific when it has won games. It has not been when it has lost those same contests. The 0-1 fastball away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Since they started out 12-5, now that they're 20-25, which means that they are 8-20 in the last 28. In 18 of those games, the team has scored 4 runs or fewer. The 1-1 slap foul to the right, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 18 of the 20 losses in the games that the team has won, they really have not scored fewer than 6 runs in any contest. 16-0 when the team has scored 6 runs or more. Elliot Ayala waggles the bat and waits as the elbows are set. The 1-1. Fastball elevated. 2 balls and 1 strike. There's nowhere to put Ayala. And if he reaches base, Angel Flores would have a chance to tie the game or even give his team the lead. The only way that the Bluefish can take the lead at this point is if Ayala sends a long fly out of the park. The 2-2. Fisted on the ground towards the shortstop third base hole. The throw goes to second. It is in time to end the threat. A great play in the hole by Jake Agassi as his momentum carried him toward left field. The throw just beat the base runner, Luis Lopez, who tried to make it there and could not. The Bluefish picked up 2 singles and a walk, but cannot score as they leave the bases loaded. At the end of 4, Bridgeport trailing 3-0. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Looking for something to do that the whole family will enjoy? Then drop on by the box office.
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors, have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth Dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bluefish baseball is on the air. Perry Miles here, top of the 5th inning. 3-0 the score. Camden is ahead. 2-run double for Brian Bergamy. Alvin Colina, home run. Solo shot to left field. That's where we stand. Left center field. First pitch on its way from Toby Stoner. Lines up inside, but count 1 ball, no strikes. Let's take a look quickly at the Major League Baseball scoreboard update. There are no Atlantic League games until later today. The next pitch is on the inside, rather corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. The next offering from Stoner is low. 2 balls and 1 strike. He's trying to work quickly. The Washington Nationals lead the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 6-2 on travel day. And the Yankees and Braves close out their series tonight in Atlanta, 7 o'clock Eastern. Next pitch is fouled off to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mets and Rays, 7-10, game 2 of the 3-game set. Mets won last night 11-2. A couple of big performances last night, including the first start of the year for Chris Young after missing a whole long period of time. The 2-2. Swung on and smacked towards right center field. It veers towards the alley for a base hit as Kennard Jones cuts it off and throws the ball in. A single for Lloyd Turner to set up Marquez Smith. Boston and Miami, the rubber game of the 3-game series tonight from South Florida. And in the NBA last night, the Miami Heat got thrashed late by the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was a close game until a few minutes left in the 4th quarter. Eventually, Oklahoma City pulled away. The first pitch, fastball's away, 1 ball and no strikes. Heat and Thunder, 9 o'clock tomorrow night from Chesapeake Energy Arena. Pitch, outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike in Oklahoma City. Plenty of baseball action later today. I'm sure I'll be able to catch some of that. The 1-1 is swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Of course, in the Atlantic League, Long Island Lancaster close out their respective set. And I'm sure there are other teams who are looking forward to time that they're going to have to move forward after today. The other throw to first is not in time. The Atlantic League scheduling update will be provided to you by PoitStreet.com and AtlanticLeague.com. The next toss, low, in the dirt, blocked by Angel Flores. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Southern Maryland and York, Long Island, Lancaster, games that affect the Bluefish tremendously. Somerset and Sugar Land not in action today. Another set of birds, this time seagulls, making their way over the ballpark at Harbor Yard. They would like to get involved in the action. Other than bread or breadcrumbs, what other things have seagulls played catch with? The 1-2. Line, base hit, left field. Nice piece of hitting by Marquez Smith. It establishes runners at first and second for Brian Bergamy. Action taking place down the right field line in the bullpen. It might be Mike Tarsi.
First baseman number 7, Brian Bergamy.
Tarsi, a Danbury, Connecticut native, a southpaw who is trying out for the Bluefish in spring training and was unable to make it after he had gone to the random tryout and he was invited to the Bluefish camp. There is going to be a call to the bullpen. Willie Upshaw has already made that indication with his left arm. Stoner goes 4+, gives up 3 runs on 7 base hits. The runners at first and second are his responsibility. Mike Tarsi comes in when we come back on BridgeportBluefish.com. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. We'll be right back.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Looking for something to do that the whole family will enjoy? Then drop on by the box office at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball returns with Mike Tarsi on the hill. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It has been a tough stretch for the Bluefish, and they are going to have to try to work a few innings together from Mike Tarsi. The Bluefish starters just have not gotten the job done this year. Oseguera and De La Vara have been great. They've been trying to find another starter as Jonah Bayless made his first appearance today. And just because of a blister resulted in wildness from the right-hander Bayless, and you wonder if he'll be able to do better next time around. First toss on its way from Tarsi to Brian Bergamy is highly unlikely. He will lay down a bunt at this point, even with runners at first and second in the fifth with a 3-0 lead. The next pitch swung on and line foul down the left field line. Way out of play. No balls, 1 strike. Bergamy with a 2-run double in the first, struck out in the third. The Riversharks have not faced Tarsi too often, if at all. They have not faced him at all. Tarsi this year, 6 games, a 2.70 ERA, 13 and a third innings, 7 runs, 4 of them earned. As another fake off the rubbers, Tarsi spun around to try to keep Lloyd Turner at second. The 0-1 from the left-handed. Glove down. Toward the belt, it settles. 0-1. Waved that for a strike on what appeared to be a change. No balls and 2 strikes. Right fielder is Prentice Redmond. He's moved in. He's very shallow. Most of the Bluefish players are shallow in the outfield for whatever reason. The next toss is outside. It gets away from Flores. For a moment, the throw is not in time. We will see how that is scored. It may have been blocked in the dirt. If that's the case, it's a wild pitch. Allowing the runner to move to third. Nobody out. Bluefish already down by 3 runs. They cannot afford to go down anymore. Based on the way that the defense is positioned, it appears as if the Bluefish will concede a run if they could turn a double play. No balls, 2 strikes. Bergamy waggling the bat a couple of times before he brings it up to the shoulder top. Tarsi looking in and gets the signal. Drops the glove down to the belt. Stares at first. The 1-2. Grounded foul and a curve. Train is stopped for the time being. Right on the tracks in Bridgeport, Connecticut. One of the trains is over there, just beyond the right field wall. I'm sure many lines being used at this time. Bridgeport, Connecticut. The Metro North line goes up to New Haven and south for New York. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Brian Bergamy goes down chasing. With the 1 away, the middle infielders can officially move back. Although the corner infielder, Luis Lopez, he's behind the third base bag.
Designated hitter number 25, Alvin Colino.
Colino's already homered in this game. The way that Camden's Brooks is pitching, unless he suddenly gets a blister or some sort of injury related to the hand, as the 1-out toss is a off-speed delivery on the inside corner, 0-1. Then you might expect Brooks to continue with his set of scoreless innings. The 0-1 from Tarsi. He deals. Another pitch, fastball inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Bluefish did not pick up a hit until last inning. They picked up their only 2 hits of the day in the 4th. Also, only walk of the day from Luis Lopez in game 2. The 1-1. Grounded towards third. It hovered around the line, but went foul at the last moment. A ball and 2 strikes. 3 runs, 7 base hits to no runs, 2 base hits. Peterson is hugging the first base bag. And the rest of the middle infielders playing slightly towards the middle. The 1-2. Lifted in the air, foul down the left field line as it hit the dirt towards the Camden bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is the 12th inning of baseball today. Players have got to be a little bit tired after having to wait around a bit. Pitches grounded toward the middle. Eddie Rogers charges in and throws to first as he was unable to try to turn the double play. It's an RBI on the 6-3 putout for Colina, and the Bluefish are now down by a score of 4-0.
Right fielder, number 12, Eduardo Perez.
Eduardo Perez steps forward. Single, scored the final out of the first. He's 1 for 2. Two-out toss from Tarzi. Lands on the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. That run belongs to Stoner. And the runner at second base, Marquez Smith, that also represents Stoner. The 0-1. Off speed away. 1 ball, 1 strike. What appear to be a changeup. Fastball, changeup, curveball from Tarzi. Top half of the 5th inning. As the southpaw looks at second, winds and delivers. Fastball clips the inside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The post-game show will be coming up following the conclusion of this ball game, as Bridgeport will have some time to think about matters heading into the Lancaster series this weekend. Dwayne Pollock, a guy who shut down the Bluefish last time, should be the starter for tomorrow. 1-2, grounded toward the middle, handling on 3 hops. Rogers, he throws over the top for the final out of the inning, but another run scores, a 6-3 RBI for Colina. He has 2 on the day in game 2. At the end of 4.5. It's 4-0, Bridgeport down. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
At Miller Lite, we believe that sharing a pitcher of our great-tasting draft beer will bring friends together for a good time. And good is way better than bad. No one reminisces about the bad old days. If your guess is as bad as mine, then we're a couple of idiot faces. So far, so bad? Turn that frown upside down, Grumpy Pants. So why have a bad time when you could have a good time with a pitcher of Miller Lite draft beer? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. At Miller Lite, we believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. At Miller Lite, we know there's only one thing baseball fans love as much as great Pilsner taste, and that's rooting for the home team. Because home is way better than away. Away is not where the heart is. Bringing away the bacon? Why? Bacon is delicious. Away is where you hang your hat? You should be hung up by your underpanties. So why root for the away team when you can root for the home team? With a great Pilsner taste of Miller Lite. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glue.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles, a couple of pieces of information we need to relay to those out there. Chris Walker left game one with an injury as the first pitch is on the inside. Missed the corner, 1 ball, no strikes, courtesy of R.J. Garcia. The injury is an Achilles, a strained Achilles, so he's out for the day, and who knows when he'll be back, as the 1-0 is low, 2 balls, no strikes. Perhaps Camden will get him back this weekend, or perhaps it's even a longer-term injury. It's at least a strained Achilles for now. And we want to thank Miss Brooks for listening in today, as her son is on the mound and delivers another pitch, grounded towards short, handled by Agassi. He throws to first in time for the first out of the frame. Angel Flores is 0-for-2 in this ball game on the 6-3. Another piece of news, Stephen Deach did not start in game 2 as a result of getting hit on the wrist. They had to put an ice pack on Deach, but it appears as if he's going to be okay. He was able to continue in game 1, just putting some ice so that way everything is going to feel better by tomorrow or the next day once adrenaline stops. Peter Barrows has to jut out of the way as his legs skip further towards the outer edge of the batter's box. 1-0. 4-0 the score. Bottom half of the 5th inning. Right-hander Brooks deals again. Next pitch swerves away. Counted 2 balls and no strikes. Barrows waits again, and he delivers a pitch foul towards the tarp. Batting .300, entering the matchups today. A couple of RBI, he had a couple of doubles. But now that he's receiving less playing time than what he was initially, very difficult to establish a rhythm. It's the same way almost as if you were a pinch hitter. The 2-1 is on the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Bluefish and the Riversharks, after this inning, will have completed 12 today. The 2-2 is outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Camden has dominated this contest for the most part. And Bridgeport was in control up until the 5th inning of the first game. The 3-2 is inside, ball 4, as Peter Barrows gets rid of his protection on his wrist and sends the wrist guard over, drops the bat, jogs over to first base. 1 man out for Pedro Lopez.
Second baseman, number 11, Pedro Lopez.
Right-hander waits. The next pitch on its way is a fastball inside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Lopez has struck out. Camden got out to the lead. The Bluefish bats were swinging away. They could not work the kind of counts they wanted to as the next pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. They had 3 base runners on in the 4th. They worked the counts in that inning. Just could not push runs across, and that's been the theme for the Bluefish much of the season. Runners in scoring position, just leaving runners on. Pitch smacked into right center field, but it's playable for the center fielder in Mr. Macias for out number 2. Macias converged with Eduardo Perez. The center fielder always has jurisdiction over the right fielder or the left fielder if the center fielder calls for the ball. If the center fielder calls for the ball on a pop fly that it appears the second baseman or shortstop could possibly get there, it's still center fielder's jurisdiction because he's moving forward. He's almost the captain of the entire field as the 2-out toss is on the outside corner, 0-1. Same way that the shortstop commands the second baseman, third baseman, and first baseman, except when the catcher is there. The catcher takes care of everyone else. 2-out toss. Fastball on the inside edge. No balls. And 1 strike on the board is Kennard Jones is 0 for 2 in this game. And picked up a base hit and a walk in the last game, RBI as well. Come up with 26 on the year. The 0-1, fastball. Again outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bluefish are still in the game. Only a grand slam down at this juncture. The 1-1. Grounded towards first, but shoots foul at the last moment. A ball and 2 strikes. Train moving by. Hear the sound in the background. The 1-2. Way inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Doubleheaders certainly do a ton of damage, especially for a team that is losing the 2. And so far, Bridgeport has fallen in the first game, and they're only 7 outs away from falling in game 2. Pitch was inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Quick toss from the right-hander Brooks. Jones steps in one more time. He has the runner at first. Peter Barrows still there after he walked with 1 man out. Runners are going to be on the move. The 3-2, smoked foul down the left field line out of play. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Clouds in the distance. Sun wants to break out. Light fixtures have been on most of the time from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The runner goes, the 3-2. Check swing, did he go? No challenge from the home plate umpire David Mills. Just let it go. 2 walks in the frame for Brooks. Springs Eddie Rogers to the plate. Eddie Rogers has really not had too much success at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in terms of power. 1 home run, it came last night at the ballpark. He has had a few others on the road. But Rogers really was doing a whole lot better away from this venue. The next pitch is over the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. The general rule is the Bluefish and other teams tend to hit more home runs away from this venue than they do at this venue. Look at York. Look at Southern Maryland. Look at all those other places on the map. The 0-1, fastball away, 1 ball, 1 strike. The only difference may be Constellation Field in Houston. That field is supposed to be almost similar to a AAA or even a big league park. The 1-1 is fouled off the cleat. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The big league park with the AAA specs in terms of seating. And the Bluefish will get to see that venue towards the end of the first half of the year, and then again in August, late August, from about the 24th through the 29th. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Brooks brings the ball back to his chest. 1-2 hit him. It hit Eddie Rogers And the bases are loaded with the tying run coming to the plate. Prentice Redmond has a hit today and also has grounded out one unassisted. This is with 2 men out. Bluefish need this rally badly. Remember this, Camden made a similar rally against the Bluefish in the 5th inning of last game. With 2 men out, scored 5 runs. It was all facilitated by an infield single, which accounted for the first hit of the game, and then a bases clearing double to right field. The next pitch is a fastball away, 1 ball and no strikes. Brooks really struggling with his control. 3 walks in the frame. Last 2 innings have been anything but a breeze. Glove is set, the 1-0. Waved after a strike. Fastball high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at third base, Peter Barrows. Over at second, Kennard Jones. Eddie Rogers just reached. The 1-1. Grounded towards short. Agassi handles and flips to second and just beats the oncoming slide of Eddie Rogers for the final out of the frame. The Bluefish cannot score. They leave another 3 base runners on. At the end of 5, we're going 7 in game 2. The Bluefish are down 4-0. You're listening to Bluefish Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be right back.
Follow up with your supervisor, because Miller Time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who.
What's up, Tommy?
Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers, who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk and never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller Time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller Time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
This is Terry McGriff, pitching coach for the Bridgeport Bluefish, and you're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish broadcast.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is here on the air. Perry Miles in the top half of the 6th inning. The Bluefish are down by a score of 4-0. As Mike Tarzi makes his way to the hill, the first pitch is chopped on the ground to second. Pedro Lopez handles the high hop and delivers to first, 1 away. A 4-3 put out for Raul Padron. He is 0-for-2 with a walk. Drew Macias moves in. And this is the way that the Bluefish were hoping things would not turn. After winning on Monday night, the momentum switched over to Camden after that 5-run frame. And the Riversharks have dominated this game from the first pitch. Brian Bergamy came up with a 2-run double. Home run from Colino, RBI ground out, 6-3. As the next pitch is a fastball over the middle at the knees. No balls and 1 strike. So many elements to the game, but during this Bluefish stretch of losing, all 3 elements have been really coming up small at other points. The pitch is grounded over to first. Peterson flips it over to Tarsi, covering for the second out of the frame. 3-1 on the play. 2 away. And Jake Agassi has another opportunity. He's 0 for 2 this afternoon. Remember this. Just because all 3 elements of the game at one point or another are going wrong does not mean that they have gone wrong all year. They went 12-5 at one point. But since then, something did not click. The 2 out tosses upstairs, 1 ball and no strikes, and perhaps the Somerset Patriots exposed some of the flaws by the Bluefish, and perhaps that all those sets of 10:35 games really affected Bridgeport in the long run. The 1-0. Another grounder to short, handled by Rogers, takes his time and delivers to first for the final out of the inning, a 1-2-3. Tarsi threw less than 10 pitches in that inning, closer to 5 or 6 at the end of 5.5. It's 4-0, Camden on top. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Jimmy Rollins talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Just being in the same place that all these great ball players, reside at now, their career. You go find their stats, their jerseys, their helmets, their cleats, and to have something of mine, that is something that anybody that goes to the Hall of Fame can see.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. At the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, New York. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
Looking for something to do that the whole family will enjoy?
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors, have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth Dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. When you choose a great tasting Miller Lite, you're choosing on taste. And that's the right choice, not the wrong choice. Because right is way better than wrong. You don't try to do the wrong thing. Got a wrong hand man? I've got a cousin named Randall with clammy hands. The customer's always wrong? Well, that explains the waiter's creepy grin as I ate my toast. Two wrongs do make a wrong. So make the right choice and choose on taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Bridgeport baseball returns in the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-0 the score. 2 in the first, Brian Bergamy. 1 in the 4th, courtesy of Alvin Colina, and 1 RBI in the 5th. Brock Peterson, followed by Luis Lopez and Elliot Ayala. 4, 5, and 6. And by the way, this call to the bullpen, presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. The first pitch lands low, 1 ball and no strikes. It was in the dirt. Brock Peterson 0 for 2 with a ground ball, 5-3, and a pop fly foul out to first. The 1-0 slips low. 2 balls and no strikes. Peterson was in a stretch of 8 home runs in 9 games and has not come up with one in each of the last, now 4, because he did not hit a home run in the last contest. He's been struggling a little bit. He just picked up a hit in last game as the next pitch is sent high in the air down the right field line, but it angles foul towards the Hi-Ho D'Addario Kids Cove. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 for his last 18 at the plate. And the Bluefish, if they do not have the middle of their order producing, they will not win too many games because not scoring enough runs. 2-1, fastball high, 3 balls and 1 strike. But it has to be a balanced effort. And Bridgeport has not been getting too many runs driven in from the bottom of the order. Something that led to their success early in the year was the ability for the players to get hits and get on base down at the bottom, as the next one is foul tipped into the glove. 3 balls, 2 strikes. A 4-0 game with Josh Walter in the contest. Great outing for Brooks. He was able to survive. The pitch is sent high in the air to deep center field, but it's shy of the track as Macias makes the play for out number 1. F8. So Peterson is over for 3. Lopez has walked and popped out to third base and foul ground in his at-bats. 4 o'clock Eastern on this Wednesday afternoon. In all likelihood, this will not go into the nighttime. Pitches a fastball inside. 1 ball and no strikes. You never know, though. Bluefish had their opportunities in the 4th and 5th against Brooks, but they left the bases loaded twice. The next pitch could not be scooped up in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. 3 walks led to a bases loaded situation in the 5th. Of course, the bases were loaded with 2 men out. And then a pair of singles with 1 man out, a 2-out walk, led to that bases loaded situation. The guys that were up, Prentice Redmond and Elliot Ayala, neither one of them could come through. This game could be a lot closer if they had. The next pitch is on the outside third. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lopez digs in, the 2-1, right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Post-game shows coming up following the conclusion of this ball game. Atlantic League scores and Major League updates as well. The 2-2. A high drive deep to right, but playable for the corner outfielder who makes the play for out number 2 as Eduardo Perez was stationed there. Eduardo Perez makes the putout. F9 to bring up Elliot Ayala. One of the funny stories about how the birds make their way to the ballpark, one of them is actually carrying a bagel with them. It seems that one of the birds is a bagel, and now there are birds fighting behind the pitcher, the right-hander on the mound, Walter. There are 3 birds fighting for that bread, and one of the birds is trying to chase the other one away as the pitch is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. And they finally decide that they want to leave the area. Birds can sense where food is. 1-0. Swung on and lined into right center field is a base hit as Macias cuts it off and delivers the ball in to the second baseman, Matera, on the relay. It is only the 3rd base hit of the game for the Fish. Runner at first for Angel Flores. The second baseman, Matera, may have been a bit distracted by the birds towards the middle of the field as the baseball came screaming there. Well, the attack of the food. Who knows anymore? Next pitch, high fly ball to the right side of the infield, taken care of by the second baseman, Patty Matera, right off the bat. So quick frame for the right-hander, Walter. He picks up almost where he left off the last time. Gave up a hit, no runs at the end of 6. Bridgeport trailing 4-0. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, scrumptious salmon Florentine, savory twin grilled pork chops. Getting hungry? Your table awaits at the Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting. Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience at reasonable prices. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Take I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Plenty of free, secure parking.
Baseball legend Henry Aaron reflects on his Hall of Fame legacy.
I think that since I played for the public, they need to share what I did in my life as far as baseball. It's the proudest moment of my life to give everything to the Hall of Fame. I often tell people they need to get and see it. There is no other building in the world like the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Baseball legend Henry Aaron reflects on his Hall of Fame legacy.
I think that since I played for the public, they need to share what I did in my life as far as baseball. It's the proudest moment of my life to give everything to the Hall of Fame. I often tell people they need to get and see it. There is no other building in the world like the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Celebrate the game. Celebrate the legacy. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org. Mike Piazza talks about the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It just connects you with the history of the game and the tradition of this game and how important this game is to the fabric of society. It's something I used to bond with my father, and I will always, and I love to sort of teach my kids the history of baseball.
Preserving history, honoring excellence, connecting generations. Connect with Cooperstown at baseballhall.org.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles here. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. It appears it is the newest member of the Bluefish getting some action. It is Dan Serafini, the former big leaguer who signed with the Bluefish the other day. He's been pitching in Mexico for the last couple of years and was a member of the Fish back in 2010 when he was partly with the starting rotation and partly in the bullpen. He was great wherever he was as the first pitch is on its way. A high fastball lifted to the middle of the diamond. Eddie Rogers scampering forward in front of the second base bag in the grass makes the play. 1 out. Dan Serafini making his Bluefish debut in 2012. Starts off with a P6 to Patty Matera. Not too far of a travel for the Riversharks. They'll have to go 2.5 to 3 hours, assuming that there's no traffic, through 95 and eventually 295 to Campbell's Field. The 1-out toss. Fastball in the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. Lloyd Turner, 1 for 3 with a run scored today in Game 2. The 0-1 from Serafini. Lifted, foul to the right, no balls and 2 strikes. You could tell almost immediately that Serafini is throwing those strikes. Already 3 in a row. He's recorded an out. His ERA was a little bit higher than expected in 2011, not nearly that same way in 2012, but Mexican League decided not to keep him, and Serafini's back in the Park City. The 0-2, curveball low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Feeling a little bit less comfortable out there. He's trying to get his shoulder flexed out a little bit. Serafini arrived Sunday, Monday area, and signed the contract on Monday. And there appears to be some action brewing in the Bluefish bullpen at this point. The pitch is sent foul to the right, out of play. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Appears to be Kyle Zaleski out there. throwing a few pitches for the Fish. One-two from Serafini. Left-hander waits, lifts his leg and fires. Check swing. He did go around, says the home plate umpire for strike 3. David Mills rung him up, and that is the first strikeout of the game for Serafini, as he's continuing to try to work through, maybe expand upon what he has done. Perhaps Serafini gets into the rotation soon. Perhaps this is a bullpen day for when he will pitch against the Barnstormers. The 2-out toss, fastball away, 1 ball and no strikes. 1 inning would be great. The 1-0. Serafini delivers again. Next pitch paints the inside corner. Seems to go to every quadrant of the plate. Former Minnesota Twin, former Chicago Cub. Plenty of big league experience from the lefty. The 1-1. Fastball guided inside. Such a flawless motion. Seamless transition from ball, where he's holding his hand, to where the plate would be. Natural flow. The 2-1. Scooped up to the dirt. Curve. 3 balls and a strike. But he, like many others, were really unable to stay in big league baseball for a prolonged period of time. For every Jorge Julio there may have been a few players like Serafini and then a few players who maybe had a cup of coffee. His was not a cup of coffee. It just wasn't. It was like 4, 5, 6 years. Pitch grounded over to short, handled by Rogers. He throws to first in time for the final out of the inning. Serafini great in his first inning with the Fish. A 1-2-3. End of 6.5. The Bluefish need 4 to tie and 5 to win. It is 4-0 the score. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back after these words from our local sponsors. Stay tuned.
The YP.com website is your local search engine. If you're looking for a good restaurant, it can help you find the right one nearby with ratings and reviews. Or if your car breaks down, you can use the YP app to find the closest repair shop. Or maybe you're just looking for something to do on a Friday night. Well, it has great local coupons for all sorts of things in your area. No matter what, when, or where, if you're looking for something, YP Local Search can help you find it. So go to YP.com or download the app to search local, find local, and save local.
The Gear Shop at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at BridgeportBluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is here, hoping that they can put together a rally as Peter Barrows, Pedro Lopez, and Kennard Jones are due up. The Riversharks with a victory in this game by the same score, as the next pitch is on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Would be the third time that Camden has shut out the Bluefish. 3 of the 5 wins would have been by shutout. The other 2 coming at the Ballpark at Harbor Yard. The 0-1 is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Josh Walter remains in the game. It's really been 2 pitchers. Brooks, who was very solid today, and Josh Walter, who's in his second inning of work. The 1-1 trails high, 2 balls and a strike. No concern from Ron Karkovice and company. No concern from Jeff Scott, the manager of the team, who's going to get his squad to 500 with a victory in this contest. The 2-1 dances low, 3 balls and 1 strike. And I do apologize, not Josh Walter, it's Jeff Farnsworth. This call to the bullpen presented by Prudential Annuities. Prudential Annuities going to bat for our community. The 3-1 is upstairs, ball 4. So Peter Barrows walks with Jeff Farnsworth on the hill. And it sets up Pedro Lopez.
Second baseman, number 11, Pedro Lopez.
Jeff Farnsworth pitched the other day, Monday night. Coming into today's contest, Farnsworth, 7.79 ERA, 15 games, no wins and 2 losses. 17 1/3 innings, 15 earned runs, and opponents hitting well above 300 against him. Farnsworth waiting as Pedro Lopez takes a first pitch fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes. The Bluefish problem has been their inability to hit with runners in scoring position. Today they had a chance in the 4th and 5th inning with the bases loaded, but they left 6 runners on combined between those 2 frames. Those were their 2 major scoring chances in Game 2. The 1-0. Outside and high, 2 balls and no strikes. You saw Pedro Lopez bail out of there because he was immediately taking. Lopez standing in one more time. The 2-0. Taken for a strike on the outside edge. 2 balls and a strike. So Farnsworth finally locates one in the zone. First several pitches were outside of it. 2-1 on the outer edge again. Pedro Lopez was waiting and backed out of the box for a second consecutive time. The 2-2 from Farnsworth. Foul tipped, and it may have hit him in a place where no man would like to get hit. Ball deflected off of Lopez's bat. Catcher Raul Padron nearly held onto it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We do apologize. We have one more correction to make. The next pitch swung on and foul tipped at the plate. The count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is Zach Hammis on the hill instead of Farnsworth. The indication was it was Farnsworth based on the Riversharks box score, but it is number 28 on the hill. The 2-2. Bounced on the ground toward short. Augusty Fields goes to the bag one. On to first double play. 6-3 DP for Pedro Lopez. The Bluefish are down to the final out as Kennard Jones makes his way forward. So instead of Farnsworth, it is Hammis.
Number 17, Kennard Jones.
Jones with a walk. A 1-3 and a 3 unassisted. Starting to get a little bit foggier at the ballpark. As another foul ball is induced by Hammis. Let's get to Hammis' numbers for a brief moment. This season, 1-1 with a 3.98 ERA, 20 in the 3rd innings, and has pitched in 17 games this season. Tall right-handed pitcher, has had one really bad outing in his career against the Bluefish, as the next one is a check swing that went through the zone. According to the third base umpire, Marty Bauer, no balls, 2 strikes. All things considered, the Bluefish had their chances, and so far have not been able to convert. The 0-2 is high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There was an expectation of rain until 1 o'clock. It did rain a little bit. It stopped for a while. Now it's foggy. The 1-2. Poked on the ground towards short. Snagged down by Agassi. He spins around and throws to first. The ball game is over. The Bluefish fall in Game 2 of the doubleheader as they are swept in the double dip by scores of 5-3 and 4-0. The Bluefish are shut out for the 3rd time this season by the Riversharks. The post-game show continues right after this on BridgeportBluefish.com. We'll be right back.
Come back tomorrow night as the Bluefish are back in action.
To win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy. And it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor. Because Miller time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who.
What's up, Tommy?
Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers. Who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk. And never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together, just like a good team? At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
This is Terry.
Bridgeport Bluefish baseball is back on the air. Perry Miles here. What was a promising Monday had turned into an ugly Wednesday for the Bluefish as the team falls in the doubleheader. They are swept in that double dip by scores in Game 1, 5-3, and Game 2, 4-0. Let's take a quick look at the way that the Camden Riversharks scored in this game. Single by Matera, a walk by Marquez Smith with one man out, and then a double by Brian Bergamy to bring in two to give the Riversharks a 2-0 lead. A home run by Alvin Colina in the fourth, and an RBI ground out in the fifth with runners at first and third as Turner and Smith each were able to single. Let's take a quick look at the box score. A hit and a run from Matera, hit and a run from Turner. Smith 2 hits and a run, a hit and 2 ribbies from Bergamy. Colina a hit and a run with 2 ribbies. Perez with a hit. Nobody in the bottom got anything done, but they didn't need to. 4 runs, 7 hits. Bridgeport with just 3 hits on the day. Rogers, Redmond, and Ayala each with hits. Bergamy with his 13th double. Home run from Colina, his first of the year. Bergamy with 2 ribbies. He now has 36. Colina with 2. He now has 2. Rogers was hit by a pitch. Bridgeport left 7 runners on. Camden with 5. 1 double play ball turned in the 9th inning, and that was on Pedro Lopez. Brooks is now 3-0, 5 innings, 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Walter an inning and a hit, and Zach Hammis an inning with a walk. Toby Stoner 1-7, 4 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and a home run allowed. Tarsi 2 scoreless and a strikeout. Dan Serafini makes his debut with the Bluefish in 2012 and throws a scoreless inning with a strikeout. Tarsi with his second wild pitch. 6 strikeouts in total for the Bridgeport staff, 2 for the Camden staff. 1 hit batsman, that was by Brooks. Strikeouts, Turner with 2, Bergamy 2, Colina and Macias each with 1. Rogers and Lopez for the Fish. As far as walks go, 2 allowed by the Bridgeport staff, by Marquez Smith and Raul Patron, and then 4 walks from the Camden side. Kennard Jones, Luis Lopez, Peter Barrows, with 2 of those walks. Time of the game, 2 hours and 6 minutes from the ballpark at Harbor Yard today. The Bluefish fall by scores of 5-3 and 4-0. When we come back on the Bluefish postgame show, we'll close it out with some of the scores from around the major leagues and also the Atlantic League scoreboard update. You're listening to Perry Miles on BridgeportBluefish.com.
I believe if you're not choosing a light beer with more taste, you need to man up, not man down. Because up is way better than down. You don't tell someone sad to cheer down. What's down, dog? A steamy pile and you just stepped in it. Your girlfriend's not wearing a push-down bra. It's called gravity, Isaac Nitwit. Can I be down front with you? All this down talk is bringing me down. So don't man down, man up, and choose a light beer with more taste. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. At Miller Lite, we know there's only one thing baseball fans love as much as great Pilsner taste, and that's rooting for the home team. Because home is way better than away. Away is not where the heart is. Bringing away the bacon? Why? Bacon is delicious. Away is where you hang your hat? You should be hung up by your underpanties. So why root for the away team when you can root for the home team? With a great Pilsner taste of Miller Lite. Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Shark tooth, screwdriver, skeleton key, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, the lucky fishing lure you snagged Alan with. Sorry, Alan. Drumsticks, chopsticks from the place you met that Dallas-based flight attendant. A motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. A spark plug, a domino, a house key. How do these things make Miller Lite from a can even better? Find out May 2012. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Lite wants you to win the greatest weekend that never happened. The ultimate Vegas weekend for you and a buddy. Just collect Miller Lite taste points for your chance to win one of 100 Vegas trips being given away this summer for the big weekend. So grab Miller Lite and seize the summer at tastepoints.com. It's that easy, and it never happened. It's Miller time. No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 or older. Void in California and where prohibited. Sweepstakes begins 5/1/12 and ends 8/1/12. For details, how to enter, and complete official rules, go to tastepoints.com. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller time. Don't check your wrist or follow up with your supervisor, because Miller time has nothing to do with when and everything to do with who.
What's up, Tommy?
Miller Lite is brewed for the guys you're proud to call your brothers, who'll always talk you out of getting that faux hawk and never talk during your backswing. And when you've got your brothers and the light beer that tastes like a beer should, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shark tooth, screwdriver, golf tee from the golf trip that you never went golfing on, grill fork, tuning fork, fork, drumsticks, a motel key. Let's not talk about the motel key. Needle nose pliers, a spark plug, a domino, a house key. There's lots of things you can use to open the new Miller Lite Punch Top can, but you'll always get the same thing, a smooth pour with less glug. However you punch it, it's Miller time. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Why do we love baseball? Is it the uniforms, the pace of the game, the mascots? Could be. Or could it be that what we really love is that baseball reminds us how we can all come out ahead when we work together? Just like a good team. At Prudential Annuities, we understand that when everyone works together, good things can happen. That's why each year, we uphold a commitment to helping charitable causes in our community by pitching in financial resources and by enabling Prudential Annuities employees to help others through volunteer work. From conducting mentoring programs and helping homeless shelters to supporting health awareness and food banks, Prudential Annuities is more than a big company in Fairfield County. We're a big part of the community, too. Prudential Annuities, going to bat for the community.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey, and its affiliates. Prudential Annuities is a business of Prudential Financial, Inc.
This is Terry McGriff, pitching coach for the Bridgeport Bluefish, and you listen to Perry Miles on the Bluefish broadcast.
Back to Bluefish baseball and the Bluefish broadcast. Perry Miles here. The Bluefish fall in both games of the doubleheader. And there are a couple of positives you could take from this. One is that Jonah Bayless performed very well through the first 4 innings, but ran into a little bit of a problem later on in the 5th inning. The bullpen pitches well. Serafini makes his debut in 2012 with a scoreless frame. In the end, Toby Stoner gave up 4 runs, and you can, in the 7-inning format, you really cannot afford to give up the 4 runs that he did. The Bluefish wind up falling by a score of 5-3 and 4-0 in today's ball game. Let's take a look quickly at the games coming up in the Atlantic League. Southern Maryland, York, 6:30, and Long Island at Lancaster at 7 o'clock hour. Let's also take a quick look, courtesy of ESPN.com, for the latest. Germany in the 86th minute leading Netherlands 2-1. Portugal over Denmark 3-2 today in free time. In Major League Baseball, the Nationals defeat the Blue Jays 6-2. They have swept both teams in the American League East, but now they're going to have to take on the New York Yankees, a squad that is just as hot as the Nationals are right now. Yankees and Braves tonight, Mets and Rays tonight, Boston, Miami tonight, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. Correct. For a second there, it seemed like a AFC North matchup. Cleveland and Cincinnati tonight, Arizona, Texas, Detroit and the Chicago Cubs, Milwaukee and Kansas City, Philadelphia and Minnesota, the White Sox and the Cardinals, Oakland and Colorado, San Diego, Seattle, the Angels and Dodgers, Houston against San Francisco, the only non-interleague matchup today, and tomorrow, Miami Heat, Oklahoma City Thunder. Thank you for tuning in to the Bluefish broadcast today. Perry Miles here. For more information about Bluefish baseball, you can go to the website, bridgeportbluefish.com, or you can send me an email, perrym86@gmail.com, for the latest. You can also follow me on Twitter, just me, AP Miles. That's just me, AP Miles on Twitter. The final scores, 5-3 and 4-0, will be on the air tomorrow. Thursday, 7:05 first pitch, 6:45 for the pregame show on bridgeportbluefish.com. The gates open 1 hour before first pitch, and it appears that Gilbert De La Vara, the left-hander, will be taking on Dwayne Pollock, the righty, for the Barnstormers. Thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you later from rainy Bridgeport, Connecticut, as there are a series of birds making their way onto the infield to find food, and the rain has continued one more time. The Bluefish fall to 20 wins and 26 losses, and the Riversharks improve to 23 and 23 on the season. The Bluefish now are 9-14 at home, 3-9 in June, 20-26 overall, and are 5-5 against Camden, including 3-4 at their home base, the Ballpark at Harbor Yard. For Perry Miles, have a wonderful day, and we will see you later.